generation, currently raises. Marvin's judged major and regional breeding sheep shows all across the U.S. In ring number 3, working the South Downs today, we have Evan Snyder, originally from Oklahoma, now from Atglen, Pennsylvania, where he is the farm manager for Macaulay Farm, Suffolk. Evan always enjoys working with Youth Livestock Project members and all of the exhibitors, and he wishes everyone the best of luck for a continued and safe time here at the North American. And in ring 1, we have Jason Hegg of Jordan, Montana. Jason's the owner of Hegg's Crazy H Club Lambs. He currently raises Hampshires, Shropshires, Dorset, and Rambouillet breeding sheep. Jason has been involved in all aspects of the sheep industry, from the club lamb industry, fitting show sheep, research, and large Western range operations. Let's welcome all 3 of our judges to the North American this morning. Assisting us with the Shropshire Show today is the Shropshire Bo Peep. She is 6-year-old Miley Williams from Greenfield, Indiana. She goes to East Elementary School. Miley's family is full of Shropshire history, and she is carrying on with that tradition. Let's welcome Miley Williams to the Shropshire Show this morning.
Well, good morning here on the south down side of the ring. A nice way to start here with our fall ram lambs. There's a wide variance of types and kinds here, and you can see that from the outside. I don't have to tell you that. Some pieces and parts floating through all these rams that you like, and some positives here for us. For me, I guess, and that buck, probably for some of you, he ain't big enough for you, and I get that. That sheep's the smoothest one in terms of his build and his makeup. He's really, really good in his shoulder, and we set him into motion. Just tracks extremely good. He could be just a fuzz longer if you want to get real picky on one, but really shapely, good touching sheep. Maybe he's a little younger, I'm not sure. I think he's the combination sheep in this deal with a nice head about him to get started with. I dig this one in second a whole bunch, just from a look and a profile standpoint. I don't think there's enough of him compared to maybe either sheep on either side of him. I'd like to just stouten him up, widen him up, blow him apart just a notch if we could, and then get real critical of him. I need to darken his nose just a little bit as well. But, boy, you talk about profile and just shoulder and chest floor. That's an awfully nice piece there to go into two. Trouble sheep for me in three here. I love this guy's hip and pin set. I love this guy's foot size. We get him into motion. He's just a little bit piecey and coarse in terms of how he's built in the shoulder and chest floor. I wish we could come up and out of that sheep just a little bit more. But, boy, you talk about a sheep that's just got a lot to him in terms of dimension. If you want to use that one in first, I think you can, and you can justify it pretty nicely. I like that one as well. Big sheep going to tip the scale here in four, being that heavy one and growthy one. Certainly appreciate that about him. I think that guy's got some positives to him. Love his foot size. I love how level he is. I love his rib. He gets a little plainer, a little flatter in that three-quarter view in terms of that stifle shape than a couple of them ahead of him. But another nice sheep in four for us. We round out the top five with one that, boy, I tell you, for certain programs, that sheep works really, really good. Super big-footed, really smooth. He, in motion, gets just a little bit low in his chest floor. I'd like to build him out there just a little nicer if we could. Really nice start to the Southdown Show. Let's give him a round of applause.
Start our show over in the Shropshire Ring. We have our fall buck lambs. We're going to start the class with probably the most moderate built ram in the class, but a ram that handles extremely well over his top and into his lower leg. I really appreciate his rib shape and the amount of bone he has. And he does is adequate in his breed character for me today. I really appreciate the coloring. Going in second, we have the largest frame ram in the class, a big burly type ram, a ram with a lot of length of body. He's just giving up some of the freeness of travel on the move, and if I could just pull a little bit more wool over his poll, that would help him out quite a bit. In third, this young lady here, another ram that's just a little bit, has a tendency to roach up on his top. It doesn't have quite the lower leg of the top two individuals. it's placed any class or any higher today. The gentleman rounding up the class just has the narrower, frailer made type ram, a ram that's still pretty from the profile, extended up through the front end, but just gives up the pounds of performance of our top individuals today.
Well, good morning. It's great to be with you. I look forward to evaluating your Dorper sheep, work with these young people. They brought a great set to start the day with. It gets really close in my mind when you get up to the top end of this class. I really like this one I start with for the breed. I mean, he fits the width and dimension through his center body. He's huge in his forerib. He's still nice in the way his shoulder slopes and the way he can still track off of either end. He's sound. He's got bone work underneath him. He's got power. He's got the right size, in my opinion, for the breed, and really proportional and balanced. He's not perfect on his front feet, and that made this a challenge for me. He's good there, but when you watch him and analyze him compared to the others, he gets down just a little bit more on the front than I'd appreciate, than I would like, and that made it a close call. This second one is the one that you fall in love with when he hits the ring from the side. He makes a show sheep. I mean, he is really nice in the way he's put together through his front, from his nose to his dock, all the way to the ground. The lines are just really, really good. This one here can really a changer in a flock. I'd like to see this one just a little bolder right through his forerib and through the center of his body as I compare him to the one that we used today. I think it depends on kind of what you want to do with one and kind of which angle you're going with your flock, because he's great for his hip structure, leg structure, and he takes a great step off of either end. I just need a little more of him in this class when I get to this spot today. Third place is one that's got some length and dimension to him. He's really got enough width to stay up here on the front end, total width through that center rib. As you compare him to those up above, he's not quite as structurally attractive in his design out through that shoulder set, as well as going back into his dock. I'd like to see him a little wider in his loin. When I get over the top of him, these first two have just a little more width through that loin than this sheep coming in third. But he's still a good one. I'm picking on a good one here. Long-bodied, got a lot of things we look for in this breed. The next one is one that's really fun to touch. He's got great height, and he's got a good look to him. He's just not quite as bold in his rib and as big in his top as what we got just ahead for his muscle shape. When you get right behind the blades down that top line, not quite the bone work underneath him is what you see just above him in the class, but a very attractive made one here. Young man coming next has got a long-bodied, up-fronted sheep that's a lot of people could really fall for this one as well. I don't see him as wide from the ground up. I'd like to see him a little wider there. When you see him on the move, he gets up a little bit more in his top line than what we see in these up above, but still another really high-quality sheep here in fifth. A really good set to start the day with. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Placing on the National Shropshire Show Senior Ram Lamb class. First place went to entry 6377, Flanders VIP 2680, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Second to 6374, Land Run 2214, Brianna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. Third to 6373, Vivian Stephenson, Veroque, Wisconsin. And 4 to 6375, Lane Falk, Farmington, Missouri. Placing on the Southdown early senior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 6631, Fleener Club Lambs 2281, Hudson Fleener, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Second to 6634, Formo 2291, Caleb Formo, Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. Third to 6632, Shelby Pollard, Brockton, Illinois. 4 to 6633, Brinley Kurtz, Kmar, Maryland. And 5 to 6628, Abby Brown, Princeton, Indiana. Placing on the Dorper Fall Ram Lamb class, first and also senior champion goes to 4533, Lazy 5 Ranch, 5538, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Second to 4527, Icon BE 111, Brody Roeder, Fredericksburg, Texas. Third place to entry number 4534, Billy Wade IV, Jamestown, Indiana. 4 to 4532, Hensley Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. And 5 to 4529, Andrew Feehan, Bradner, Ohio.
South down side of the ring, our late fall ram lambs. Again, I think we get one on top with a combination for us. Just some size and scale and rib and barrel about that sheep. Maybe you're going to be real picky on one. Maybe just like to shave a little of that breastplate off of him today just to be real critical. But he runs the right way. He's really square in terms of his edges. Big-footed sheep. I think a nice-headed sheep. I think the nice one to get going with here. The next one is the best breast-plated one that we've got in the whole deal. I love how he's jammed up in his chest floor. Love how square-edged he is and how fresh he is. I change him about his color just a little bit. Not my favorite color in the whole wide world, but really an athletic one that handles good. I think this is a nice one to go into, too. Real stretchy and profiling sheep here in third for us. A sheep that a lot of pieces and parts in this one that I like a bunch. Very, very fresh in terms of his touch and handle. A sheep that when you get him into motion, maybe changing about his front end just ever so slightly, but really long from his 13th rib, really jacked up at the point of his shoulders. I really like that about that buck as well. Buck comes into 4, gets a little bit plainer for us just in his expression and his shape. Really a nice design sheep, though. Good-footed, dark about his points. I like that one as well. Moving to a couple rams that just don't balance from the side quite as nice. But I'm telling you guys, not a bad one in the whole deal. That's a nice set of late falls. Congratulations.
We had a real impressive January Ram Lamb class over here. We're going to start the class with this real stout featured type ram, a ram that's really good in his breed character, a ram that sets down on some really solid bone work. If I could change this buck up just a tad, I might level him out in the shoulder. He's a touch high in the shoulder for me, but still puts together a really nice package. This young lady here in second, a ram that I'd like to take home myself. He just gives up a little bit of length of side and overall volume of muscle of our first place animal, but still a really, really good functional ram. A ram here in third, a ram that is one of the longer hide saddle rams in the class, a really good about his chest floor and up through his front end. A ram that if I could change him up, I'd just change his ear set just a hair, maybe strengthen him a little bit on his rear pasterns, but still a really good ram. These young ladies here in fourth have a really stylish, growthy type ram, a ram that's just giving up the pounds of production of our top animals to place any higher today, but still a real good, usable ram. The young gentleman here in fifth, another ram that's a little bit more moderate in his size and style, but still a very good, well-balanced type buck. Congratulations.
Placing on the late senior Ram Lamb class for the South Downs, first place to entry 6644, George Brothers, 23005, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second place to 6639, Oldenburg, 3002, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 3 to 6642, Carson and Cole Cannettle, Downs, Illinois. 4 to entry 6645, Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. And 5 to 6646, John Crowder, Sheridan, Indiana. Placing on the Shropshire Early Junior Ram Lamb class, first to entry 6393, Sugar Ridge 2303, Superstitious, Vivian Stephenson, Baroque, Wisconsin. Second to 6383, Fritz, 2310, Skylar Birch, Christiana, Tennessee. Third place to 6391, Brianna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. 4 to 6382, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. And 5 to 6390, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana.
Another really nice set of lambs in this class. It gets close. It's top 3 or 4. There's little pieces we can talk about, but I think the most complete package belongs to this young man's sheep up here. One that's got great balance, and he's still got the breed traits that we like for his width and dimension through the center of his body. He's probably the best sheep in this front group, right behind his blades through the forerib, able to move off of both ends free and easy. Got some power when you get behind him. He's not the largest in his skeleton, but I think for this breed, he's more than adequate there for me. Our second place sheep in this class does have a little more volume to him. He's a bigger sheep, got a little more width when you get right behind him from stifle to stifle, but there's a couple of pieces. He doesn't quite have that front end design of the one that we used to win, and I like to make him just a little better on his back feet. He's not bad, but he's just not like I would like the way for him to be up and maybe a little bit square off, going to the ground off the back feet for me to consider moving up any further. Third is a really nice sheep from the back third of his skeleton. The front third I'd like to change a little bit. It gets a little long in his slope, breaks a little bit behind his shoulders at times, not quite as structurally correct for me in that front third of his skeleton to consider moving up any further, but I really appreciate the body shape, the width, the top, big hip, lots of stifle, and nice sheep here in third. Fourth place is one that when you get on the profile or on the move, I like his lines. I like the wide center rib that he has. When you get up in front of him, he just gets a little narrow underneath. He's not as wide made for wide based as these 3 sheep up above. And when you get right behind him, that shows up from behind as well, especially through that lower stifle. We get into the sheep here in 5th. This is one of the longer bodied, bigger frame sheep in the class. I can appreciate his soundness on the move, in the way his neck ties into his shoulder. I just need to pull him apart a little bit. He gets just a little flatter in his rib than these sheep up above him today, not quite as wide at his pin set. But a good set. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Placing on the Dorper Winter Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 4538. Jennings Dorpers 1422. Stephen Moran, Von Ormy, Texas. Second place to 4542. Lazy 5 Ranch 5557. Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Third to 4541. Vivian Stephenson. Fourth place to 4545, Billy Wade IV, Jamestown, Indiana. 5 to entry 4546, Blake Huff, Pomfret Center, Connecticut.
Here on the south down side of the ring, our January Ram Lambs here. There's a lot to talk about in this class, and you can flip them and then flop them and do it differently and then retalk it, and I think justify it really easily. For me, and I don't even know where to start, but we'll start with the first one. He's really expressive in his rack, and his loin edge, and his hip, and just in terms of that square shape about him, I think he's the best one there. He's not the absolute neatest fronted or shouldered one, but he's not bad either. He's got some substance and stoutness to his bone. Really a nice head about that ram. He's got some length about him. from his 13th rib. I just love how square-edged he is from everywhere, from rack, loin, and back in through his hip. Then we set him into motion. He tracks pretty good for us. The next ram is the next most expressive one that still holds himself together on the move. That one gets a little bit bolder in his shoulder, maybe a little deeper in his chest than we have in this first one, but really an expressive rack sheep with some length about him, really, really stout and rugged in his foot size, and again, nice-headed. I think that's a nice ram to follow into 2 with. Problem ram for me is in 3 here. I love the just look and design and smoothness of that sheep when he comes out here and trots around the ring. Great stifle shape about him. Love his rib, body, and barrel. Again, gorgeous headed. We start to handle that sheep. He's carrying a little more condition. He doesn't have quite as much expression in terms of his top shape, and especially in his rack, than we have in those first 2. But I'm telling you, if you need to smooth one of them up, you need to be buying that one because he is really, really good in just design. Best handling sheep is in 4. I love when he gets that one stuck and how he runs uphill. Super big and wide in his top and his hip. We change him in motion for me. He wants to drop and get a little bit coarser in his shoulder, maybe drop his tail head just a nickel in motion. Maybe he doesn't handle his feet quite as nice, but boy, you talk about a handling sheep that's just super crisp and fresh. I like that one a bunch too. We get into the 5 buck here. When she gets that one stuck, $1 million on him. I love that 3/4 view, that stifle expression that he brings to the table. We get into his front end. I just clean him up and then tidy him up just a nickel. He's just a little bit bold. Sometimes we have to have a little of that to get that back here. Great footed sheep. Nice class. Congratulations.
Placing on the January Southdown class of Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry number 6665, Beckmeyer Brothers 2308, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. Second place to 6659, SM Maddox in 134 ET, Shaley Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma. Third to 6664, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois. 4 to 6649, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. And 5 to 6647, Kaylin Smearcheck of Rochelle, Wisconsin.
Well, a really nice set of Ram Lambs here in this March group. The one that I choose to start the class with, there's one piece of the puzzle that I would be a little critical of this sheep. Other than that, for the breed, I think he's really nice. This sheep has got stoutness from the ground up. He's got enough bone work. He's got the muscle and power. He's pulled apart in his skeleton. One that's got his neck coming out in the right spot and able to track good off of both ends. This one here for the breed, I think hits it really, really close. If you're going to be critical of him, his cover or wool is a little bit more than you would like. I'd like to see that score maybe just a little bit better, but that would be the only piece of the puzzle that I'd really hammer this sheep at all on, and I really wouldn't hammer him. I'd just like to see it a little better in that regard. Our second place and third place get really close. Neither one quite has the design and quite the handle that we find in this class winner, but both of them are high quality Dorpers here. We got one in second that maybe not quite as attractive up through the front when you get out beside him, but I like the stoutness that he shows up there. Forearm, width through that forerib. He's big in his rib, wide down his top. one that's really got the kind of stoutness we need when we get over the top of him as well. A nice Dorper here, just not quite when you get out beside him. The design and look we got with the class winner. Third place is one that I like to get the handle on. From his last rib back, he's really a nice sheep. I like the width, the loin, the good hip, good hind leg set. He walks really good off that end. He's very attractive when you get out beside him through his front, but with that he gives up a little bit of power up there, and you can see as tight as his shoulder set is, doesn't allow him to have as much rib and power as what we got in the first two up in that first third of his skeleton. He's a little bit smaller in his testicle size. I'd like to see that, but for as young as he is, he's not one that I'd be critical of that enough to roll him down any further in the class. When we get into fourth, he's one that got into some heat here. This one here is going to make a nice sheep when he gets there. He doesn't quite have the width and dimension when you get over the top. I like his design. I like his soundness and structure, but he's just not quite enough to compete with the top three. And fifth is one that's really a big sheep for this age group. I'd like to see for the one this size, maybe handle the back legs just a little bit different on the move, and a little more width in his loin to go with the kind of skeletal size that he has at this time. But another really long-bodied, good-looking sheep from the side. Let's give all these young people a nice hand for a good job.
Class of Shropshire Ram lambs. We're going to start with the most complete ram that we have out here today. A ram that I really enjoy the handle of and the extension up through the front end. He's good enough in his breed kind. Stands down on a pretty good set of bone. Just a really well balanced ram. You're coming in the ram in second. Another real powerful type ram. You really appreciate his thickness at top. He's very wide and correct over his top. You get into his leg shape. He just doesn't have quite the muscle shape as some of the other rams in this class. Still, there's adequate volume, just not the quite shape that I'm looking for today, but still a real nice, usable type of ram. The ram here in third, he gives up a little bit of length in the loin of our top two individuals. Doesn't have quite the same handle of them, but still a really nice level-made type of ram. You come down to the bottom, or the fourth and fifth. We got a longer frame, bigger frame type ram here in fourth, and a little bit more moderate, clubbier type ram in fifth. Both of them excel in what they're doing. They got sent down this far just as they traveled. They were a little bit off on their hind wheels as they traveled around the ring. It's placed them a little higher today, but a real good set of rams. Congratulations.
Placing on the Dorper class of spring ram lambs. First place to entry 45-47, Icon B E179, Briley Roeder, Fredericksburg, Texas. Second place to 45-49, Lazy Five Ranch 55-64, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. Third to 45-50, Vivian Stephenson. 4 to entry 45-48, Haskell Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. And 5 to entry 4552, Caleb Vissel Lobdell, Freeport, Illinois.
Here on the south down side of the ring, our February ram lambs here. I think another just darn good class here, and probably have stud rams clear down here in this fifth hole. And certainly, I think just a good group to sort through. For me, the combination sheep again gets here, and with some handle and some shape about his top and in his rack, some foot size about him, some barrel and rib, and then really a nice head. We set that one in motion. He tracks really nice, trots around the ring kind of like he wants to win this deal. I think just an awfully nice piece there for that first hole. The best handling sheep comes in second. That one's just crazy racked and loined and hipped. That one's really, really fresh in terms of his ribs. Again, not overly in love with this color. That's being really, really critical of one that I think's designed up really extremely good. Our third one comes to us. A little different type of sheep, a little longer sided, a little neater in terms of his pattern, or a little stretchier, if you will. just have to have a little more of him if compared to those first two if we could today. Just blow him apart just a nickel. But he is designed and very, very sound extremely well. Good-headed, really flat and level hip in him. I read him to be the big yearling ram come next year for us. Next two, get a little plainer just in their handle and their shape. I like the up-frontedness of this next ram. I love his foot size. I love his head. I think just a real smooth made one. When you handle him, he just doesn't have quite as much expression as those ones ahead of him. And then the same true with this next one in 5. This one just gets a little plainer in terms of his touch. They've got him fed extremely well. He's really, really smooth from the side. And again, nice head about him. Good class. Congratulations.
Well, as we select our junior champion, we got some really nice young rams here to evaluate. We'll start with the one here to my right is one that come out of a class that had some depth to it, but it was a lot of differences in that top view, and it's kind of sorted out where I seen this is the most complete sheep. He's one that's really good down his top line. When you get over the top of him, he's wide through the center of his rib. He carries himself free and easy off of both ends. Maybe not quite as wide made underneath, but adequate there. He just checks a lot of the boxes when you go to trying to criticize this sheep. He's got a lot of things right now. He's competitive at this point. Second in that class was one that doesn't quite have the design and shoulder and front end look that I prefer, but one I really appreciate the big body and the width and dimension in him. At times, I'd like to make him handle his back feet just a little bit better as I compare him to the one that wins the class, but a really nice sheep here in second. The last class, this March said, I criticized the sheep just a little bit for his wool cover, but this one here is still adequate there, in my opinion. You can't throw that piece and put him down in the line, in my opinion. I think he's really good on his feet and legs. I like the way he stands up on them, but he takes a good step off of both ends. He's very balanced. He's not the longest pattern. Some may be critical and like for him to be just a little more length of body, but for a March lamb that's made like this, I think he's adequate in length and really balances out well. Huge down his top, big in his loin, good in his hip. One that's just got lots of merit for his carcass qualities. If you look at that part of the puzzle, as well as production qualities, is the way he can move and the way he's put together. We get into our second place in that class. This was a nice sheep here as well, one that's really big in his rib set and got a nice top line with the wide loin and big hip in him. One that got in a class where it's your preference here for that kind of look and balance that we get when we get on the profile. When you get over the top of him, he's very comparable for his width and dimension. A really nice ram lamb here. I'm going to give him one more look. We'll select our champion. Let's give this group a nice hand.
Placing on the Southdown February Ram Lamb class, first place went to entry 6672, Canettle 2353, Brienne, Carson, and Cole Canettle, Downs, Illinois. Second place to entry 6678, Oldenburg 3020, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Third place to 6670, Peyton Howe, Danforth, Illinois. 4 to 6676, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. And 5 to 6668, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Placing on the class of Shropshires.
Here in our champion Shropshire Drive, we've got quite a different selection of rams out here, from more of a clubby weather type up to something that has some substantial frame and some growth going forward. We had some really deep classes of buck lambs that I was proud to sort through, and I think I did a pretty decent job in what I selected. But I think today we're going to go ahead and use the early spring ram lamb for champion and follow it up with the late spring for reserve. Congratulations to everybody.
Placing on the late junior Ram Lamb class for the Shropshire Show, first place went to 6402, Land Run 742, Brianna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. Second to 6406, Bryant 23073, Kennedy Algar, Fredericktown, Ohio. Third place to 6,400 Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 4 to 6396 Vivian Stephenson, Baroque, Wisconsin. And 5 to 6404 Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. For our grand champion Ram for the Shropshire Show goes to our first place early junior Ram Lamb, Sugar Ridge 2303 Vivian Stephenson, Superstitious, Vivian Stephenson of Baroque, Wisconsin. The reserve grand champion to the late junior Ram Lamb class winner, Land Run 742, Brianna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. For the Dorper Show, our junior champion ram was our first place spring ram lamb, Icon BE179, Briley Rotor, Fredericksburg, Texas. The reserve was second in that class. Entry 4549, Lazy 5 Ranch, 5564, Vivian Stephenson at Mount Ulla, North Carolina.
Well, we've had fun sorting through some high-quality sheep to get to this point, and the decision's not that easy at this point, but I like these four we get to choose our champion and reserve from. You know, when you're judging the Dorpers, a lot of times you can complicate it a lot by just knowing you're looking at the conformation and the ability to move and functional and sound. You're looking for carcass qualities. You're looking for a lot of things, and then you throw on it the color and pigment and wool cover and a lot of different pieces. And so there's some give and take, and where you emphasize some of that and which piece, how much you can give in one piece or another. But I think these really are high quality individuals that come to that middle point that I really like. We'll talk about the older group here. The Ram is one that I think is probably as wide made and as dimensional as anything out here in the show today. He's really big in his body, big down his top, one that's got bone work underneath him, stout. He holds his lines together good. His color is good. He's got a lot of things that makes a stud, and I appreciate that. The criticism I have of him and made it a real hard decision was just on his front feet. I'd like to see him up on his front feet better. He gets one moment's a little different than the other, but his back feet are good, but his front feet could be better. The reserve over here, or second behind him, is one that's really the one that catches your eye. He's the one you want to get your picture made with, because this one here takes a great picture. He's a good sheep. In that class, in that decision, it was really close for me. He's not as bold in his rib and forerib at this point. I'd like to, as he matures, he might even answer that question. But I'd like to see for a Dorper a little more width from behind that shoulder right back through that center rib to allow me to move him up one more spot today. He is better on his feet, and that made it even more difficult in the decision. We get in the younger group. I really, as we just talked about this one, he's a good sheep. It doesn't really matter which breed you put on him. He meets the Dorper expectations of being moderate and productive and wide-made and skeleton-wise, having stoutness with good on their feet and legs and everything. If you read the book, this one's got those pieces. I've already mentioned the wool cover maybe a little more than some would prefer, and he's not quite as long pattern as some, but I think he's long enough. He's long enough where it counts, and he balances really good. I just think he's a really nice one. Our second reserve in the juniors is one that's big-bodied, big loin, big hip, one that's got some stoutness to him, just not quite the design up through that front end, maybe not quite the levelness going into the back of that rump to the dock, but a nice one here as well. That's the way I see them. Let's give all this bunch a nice hand. We'll name you champion reserve.
Placing on the pair of Dorper Ram Lambs, first place to entry 4554, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Second place to 4557, Stephen Moran, Von Ormy, Texas. Third to entry 4555, Rylan Nix, Winoka, Oklahoma. For our Dorper show, our grand champion goes to our junior champion, first out of the Spring Ram Lamb class, 4547, Icon BE179, Briley Roeder, Fredericksburg, Texas. The reserve grand champion goes to our reserve junior champion, second in that Spring Ram Lamb class, 4549, Lazy 5 Ranch, 5564, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina.
Tremendous change. as is always. The hogs are different than they were. Well, we didn't have hogs 50 years ago, but from the start of the hog show or the swine show here, the swine changes more rapidly probably than anything, but the cattle is as such. As I said, that first steer was a big, long-legged, tall animal. They don't go for that as much anymore as they did back at that time.
Offer some things that we like here for us. First and foremost, I'll say that this ram that wins is not the absolute most expressive racked sheep or loin sheep that we have in this drive. And if he was lights out, it's over. That sheep is so nice in terms of his design, in terms of his length, in terms of his look. He's jacked at the point of his shoulders. Really, really good in just in terms of his handle and his length of loin, his length of hip, his width of hip is really good. Again, not the most expressive. He's good-footed. He tracks really good. He could be a little neater in his chest floor if you want to get real critical of one, but I think a combination sheep of a lot of good, positive things. And where he gets the nod over the second one for me is I like his set to his hock just a little bit nicer, in motion especially. I think that's an awfully nice sheep there. The next one, he's the great big racked one, and I love that sheep. Just touching that sheep in terms of his rack is so impressive, and I think he's so big racked that in motion, he wants to just open up just a little bit as he transitions from rack into his loin. Big, huge hip in that guy. Maybe once in a while gets just a little bit straight on those rear wheels, but I love that sheep a bunch. Just from a smoothness, width, and dimension standpoint, I'm going to keep him in this mix here in this drive. Our third one comes to us, just another real fresh, crisp, square-edged sheep that drives the right way. He's good-footed, got a nice head about him. They've got him fed extremely well. He just is a neat sheep. Is there enough of him compared to those other two? I don't think so today, but give that one time. That one's going to be a really nice sheep to breed with. Our next one comes to us, gets a little plainer in just his look and appearance. Maybe just gets a little bit coarser there in his shoulder in motion for us, but dead level and long, very expressive in his rack. I read him to be one we continue to feed, and he gets bigger and better with every day here for us. Then we work into a baby sheep here that comes to us in 5. Super design sheep. I love his pencil neck and that jacked up about his front end. For as big and stout as his bone is, and as green as he is, he's still got some dimension to him. Nice March class. Congratulations.
Placing on the March and later born ram lambs for the Southdown Show, first place goes to entry 6697 Longenecker 2324. Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. Second place to entry number 6681 Oldenburg 3143 Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Third to entry 7093 Quentin Durr, Arcadia, Indiana. Fourth place to entry number 6689 Shaylee Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma. And fifth place to 6694 Adriana Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota.
Well, here on the south down side of the ring, let's put our hands together here for our champion and reserve lineup. I think a whale of a set here that we've had to sort through, and there's some differences in them. There's no doubt people are raising a little different kinds and throwing them in here in this mix. And I think there's certainly a bunch of good ones that look like downs. They're good-footed, good-headed, and shapely. There's a couple on the other side that may be just a little bit bigger in terms of their rack shape and maybe a little crisper edged here than we have in a couple of these on this front lineup. The front lineup, for me, just balances up really good. They've got some width and dimension to them with some foot size. There's one out here that just has a little square edge for me, and he's not perfect. I love his rack and how square he is into his hip and his loin. And then from there, it gets pretty darn close. I'll go out and show you how I like them, guys. Really a nice set. Let's put our hands together one more time. I'll show you champion reserve.
For the Southdown Show, our champion, Ram, went to our class winner of the January Ram Lamb class, entry number 6665, Beckmeyer Brothers, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. The reserve champion to the February class winner, entry 6672, Knettle, 2353, Brienne, Carson, and Cole Knettle, Downs, Illinois.
Our early Shropshire yearling ewes. We started with a kind of a moderate made type of ewe, a little longer in their side and a little more extension than we have in our second place animal. A ewe that gives up some of the total mass and volume of our second place animal, but I went ahead and used her with just a little bit better pattern from the profile, but still a real nice functional ewe. The ewe in second, a real powerful made type ewe, real thick over the top, carrying a lot of muscle into the lower leg. She just gets a little shorter coupled up for me to place any higher today. As we go down to third, another ewe that kind of fits the same pattern, a little more moderate, real muscular type of ewe. A ewe that's just a little bit darker in her points than I prefer to be. like lighten up her hair coat just a touch to kind of give her a little bit more better Brie character, but still a really nice ewe. As we go down into fourth, we have another a little bit bigger frame, a little longer sided type of ewe, a ewe that you catch her on the profile. She's really interesting to look at. A ewe that if we could change her up, we'd change her head just a bit more to tighten it up just a hair, but it's still a ewe that I think it will fit in the program. At the fifth hole, we have the biggest frame ewe that I left out here. She's a real good, solid type of ewe. If I could, we'd like to just get her a little freer tracking. She does get a little tight in her spine, but still a real nice broody type ewe. Congratulations.
Placing on the early class of yearling ewes for the Shropshire Show. First place goes to entry 6441 KJB 2201, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Second place to entry number 6455 Flanders VIP 1181, Cassidy Shackle, Atlanta, Indiana. Third place to entry number 6454 Brianna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. 4 to entry number 6435 Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. And 5 to 6445 Vivian Stephenson, Baroque, Wisconsin.
We get into our yearling ewes. We got a really nice set that's got some depth in the class and some challenges in the top 5 to kind of sort out. I'm going to start with the ewe that's just really massive for his width, the skeleton, and really wide through her center body with lots of body to her. One that's good in her line. She holds her top line up really nice for this kind of power that she has, and one that really has a couple of things that makes me study her a little longer is I'd like to, once they get to this age, I like to keep them maybe a little leaner than most. She has a little cover, but I don't think she's excessive in her fat cover. And she's not quite as feminine in her front end. She's got a little more out in that breastplate and not quite as feminine at the top of that shoulder up through that head is what maybe the one in second. But she just outpowers her so much, I think we have to start the class with her. Second place is a sheep that's a little more feminine in its design through the front end. She's at the top of the shoulder up to the nose, one that's still got lots of body to her, wide down her top line, level in her hip, got enough bone work underneath her. Just not quite enough to her when I get right over the top or behind and compare to the one that I start the class with. But it's a close pair. You could swap these and talk femininity, or you could leave them like I have them and just talk the extra dimension that we have in the one that wins this class. Our third place is one that is similar. I think you have to leave her up here in these top 3, big-bodied, really wide hip. I like her front end really well for this female look that I'm looking for. Her first third of her skeleton, I could run her up a lot further. I really like her. But when I put her in motion, I don't like the way she tracks off the back end. She gets a little tighter, walks up under herself too much for me. I just like to change her when I get her on in motion to consider moving her up any higher. The one that catches my eye the hardest when it hits the ring is in fourth. I really like this shoe. When she hit the ring, her lines, her look, her femininity to that front end, got enough bone work underneath her. She's very attractive. When you get over the top of her and you get to analyzing in this group, she just needs a little more mass to her. And then also the thing, when I get up in front of her, I'd like to see her better going through her knees. At times she likes to roll the knee in on those front legs and not stand quite as square and stout on that front end as what we have in the front of the class. But this is a very attractive view when she hits the ring. Fifth place, another really nice shoe that's got some things you can really appreciate. As far as when you get out beside her on the profile, I could leave her longer. When I get out behind her and go to comparing her to these sheep that's up above, she just doesn't quite have that lower third stoutness in her skeleton of what we have in the top end of the class. She's just a touch narrower underneath, not quite as powerful there, but I like her lines when I get out beside her, and I like the top third of her skeleton. A really nice shoe here as well. A good set. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Placing on the senior yearling U class for the Dorpers. First place went to entry 4569, Lazy 5 Branch, 5327, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Second place to 4562, BW3 204, Billy Wade IV, Jamestown, Indiana. Third place to entry 4570, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 4 to 4566, Briley Roeder, Fredericksburg, Texas. And 5 to 4565, Malaya Resper, Taylorville, Illinois. Placing for the Southdown Bred and Owned Grand Champion Ram, it was entry 6665, Beckmeyer Brothers 2308, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. The Reserve Grand Champion Bred and Owned Ram, 6672, Canettle 2353, Brienne Carson and Cole Canettle, Downs, Illinois.
junior yearlings, nice set, but there's a lot of differences here. Made me kind of go slower than I'd like to get to this point. But I think the young man's ewe that we start the class with, if you look at the breed standards and the quality that we need and the traits that we need, I think this is the one to start with. Really big-bodied, really wide skeleton, huge down her top. Still comes together at the top of her shoulders, really nice up through the front. I like her color score. I like a lot of things. If you look at all the standards she offers, she's not the thing. The only challenge I had with her is she rolls just a little bit in her hip and likes to walk up under herself a little when she's out in the ring, and that's not always. So I think part of that is just fighting the halter on the front end. But that's the piece of the puzzle I'd like to change on her. The big forerib, a really nice ewe to start. Second is one that gets your attention when she comes in the ring as far as lines and look. She's got a great look to her, a really feminine design to the front end, extremely level and square going to her dock. Handles herself good on her feet and legs. She's not quite as good when you go to analyzing her through that forerib and the way she comes out of her blades. Right behind her blades, she's not as full, not as quite as stout there in the way she handles herself. And color score-wise, she still scores in the P3 if you kind of looking at some of that, but I'd like to see that blaze not go quite as far up over between her eyes on her head and stuff if you go to comparing her and the one that we use today. But a really high-quality ewe here in second. In third, a tall, a long-bodied, big-hip ewe. Just doesn't handle with the muscle in the loin and top line of what we got up here above. Likes to stand just a little closer than I'd like. I like her from the side. I'd like to get her apart when I get behind her down at the base, as well. It gives her a little more shape in her top. Young lady coming next has got a nice Dorper ewe in a tough class. It gives up a little bit of total volume and dimension to those up above, but she's got some balance to her. I really like her from the top of the shoulder out to the head. A nice ewe here. Just need a little more to her at this point. And the young lady coming next has got one out from the profile I could move up a notch or two. When I get over the top, she just needs to have a little more shape to her and a little more dimension going back into the pin set as well as right behind the blades as well. But a good-looking ewe from the side with good balance. Let's give these young people a nice hand.
Well, here in the south down side of the ring as we start the female show, I think just a darn good way to start here for us. I'll preface this class with I think that any of these six could win this deal, and for different reasons. As we talk about in the bucks, there's differences in them, and that's what makes this fun. I think, first and foremost, I think that big-statured female there is extremely square. She's square in her rack, in her loin, in her hip, and her three-quarter view is extremely square, and that stifle shape about her. She's on the brink of just being a little bit heavy over her ribs, and that's being pretty critical, because for as big and big-statured as she is, she's still got a nice edge about her rack, a nice edge about her loin in terms of that squareness. I'm not sure we've really seen her get out and go. I studied her where she puts her feet, and they do go on all four corners. She's wanting to bunch up just a little bit, not really move out for him. Maybe that's just part of being the last one there where he was. But darn nice female. I think she's got a nice head about her. I love her rib and body and barrel. And I like how big she is for being that kind of sheep. She's got some size and scale to her. The next one I think just closely follows her. Another good handling sheep, good ribbed, good bodied sheep that runs the right way. Super sound on her feet and legs in motion. We got to see that one move and really, really takes a nice stride for us. Holds herself together at the point of her shoulders extremely good. I think they stay together there in that pair. A couple different type of sheep here that comes to us. I dig this one in third a whole bunch. That sheep is just designed up extremely good, extremely fresh in terms of how they've got her show ready. Sound on her feet and legs, good-headed, really, really square. I wish there was just a tick more of her. And if you want to use that one in first, I think you sure can. I think she's that good. I just need a little bit more of her to beat those two. Really a nice sheep, though. Next one comes to us. We set that one into motion. Wicked, wicked, wicked on the move. I don't like the knot that is on her shoulder. It makes her look boulder shoulder. I know that's not part of her, but we're in Louisville. I wish that wasn't there. That sheep is so square and good in terms of her pin set. really, really good in terms of her feet and legs as we set her into motion. We could use a shot more of her too if you want to. Boy, really, really crisp and fresh. I dig that one a whole bunch. The next one comes to us, just a darn good sheep. Not as expressive as those ones ahead of her, not as massive in terms of her rack and loin and hip and pin set, but boy, beautiful headed, super footed, and just awesome designed, in motion, impeccable. I think just need, again, to blow her apart in terms of her muscle shape to get ahead of those four. The next one comes to us, a little smaller framed ewe. I like that female a bunch, so she's really good in terms of her touch. She can, again, have some more of her, but really good-footed in motion. I love how stout she is in terms of her bone. That's a nice way to start our female show. Congratulations.
Here in our Shropshire late yearling ewes, I've sorted one up to the top that I'm pretty pleased with. A ewe that's got a lot of style and balance to her from the side. You get over the top of her, she's got plenty of thickness over the top, over the loin. Carries plenty of muscle down through the leg for a ewe. Great extension up through the front end. If I change her up a little bit, I'd like to thin her ears out just a hair, but still a really good, nice ewe and adequate in her breed character. Yes, the ewe in second is just a touch better, I think, on the ear. She gives up some of the length of body. She is a little deeper, more capacious than our first place animal, but loses a little bit of the style and the shape of the muscle into the lower leg, but still a really nice functional type of ewe. Coming in the third, another ewe that fits the same type and kind as our top three. A ewe that is just a little bit shorter handling from the 13th rib back. A ewe that's just a little bit longer eared, but still a really nice, well-balanced type of ewe. We come on down to a young lady here with a little bit more moderate type of ewe. A ewe that's just giving up kind of the size and the scale of the top individuals. You make her tick bigger. I think she would have rolled on up the class just a little bit higher. Then we have the biggest frame ewe in the class there in fifth. A ewe that's just kind of, she's just a really good kind of broody type ewe. Doesn't have quite the snap and style of the ewes up above her to place any higher today, but still a real functional type of ewe. Congratulations.
Placing on the Class 2 yearling ewes for the Shropshire Show. First place goes to entry 6433, High Life Farm, 2208, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Second place to 6426, Evans, 2246, Victoria Kovacs, Fulton, Ohio. Third place to 6417, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. 4 to 6418, Chloe Lake, Cambridge, Ohio. 5 to entry number 6422, Ross Doyle, Pleasant Hill, Illinois. Placing on the Dorper class of junior yearling ewes, first to 4571, Lazy Five Ranch, 5502, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Second to 4573, Mitchell Livestock, 2206, Haley Lusner, New Smyrna, Florida. Third to 4572, Hudson Rab, Cisco, Texas. 4 to 4575, Gentry Spooner, Lacassas, Tennessee. And 5 to 4576, Ryland Nix, Winoka, Oklahoma. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes, first place to entry 4577, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Placing on the intermediate class of yearling ewes, first place for the South Downs, first to 6771, Karen, George Brothers, 22004, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second place to 6764, Howe Farms, 2202, Peyton Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Third place to entry number 6782, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Fourth place to 6763, Quentin Deere, Arcadia, Indiana. And 5 to entry 6774, Lily Williamson, Elwood, Indiana. Again, Southdown exhibitors, we want to let you know that we do have a change in your ewe lamb show. In the Southdown Class 17 January ewe lambs, and also in Class 20 the February ewe lambs. Those classes will be split as two groups each following the split of the page. So now we'll have 4 classes of January ewe lambs where we had 3 before. The early class of Januaries and the early class of Februaries will be split in 2, creating 2 in those early divisions. You need to see the printouts that are posted in the hallway across from B100 if you have questions about which class you're in.
get into the falls, interesting class, really interesting. Some of the parts and pieces we look for. I think it gets a little more complicated in this group to come to the front. And there's going to be some differences here and a little bit of type and kind on the very front end, and I understand that. I'm going to start the class with one that's really youthful in her look, and when you mouth her, she shows to be really young as well. I love the femininity and still has enough to her. When you get over the top of her, really level in her hip, widen her loin, got enough width and dimension, but very feminine out through that front end. Handles herself really sound on her feet and legs, takes a big step off of both ends. She's not as pulled apart through the center body as the one coming next. This one coming next maybe is the one that would fit a lot of you as far as that body type and that kind of power. She gets a little coarser, not quite as feminine out through that front as what I got in the one that I choose to use today. A little more mature look to that front, and I just like to change her up there when I get out. And when you see her in motion, she doesn't move as free and easy as the one that wins the class. But a nice pair. I grant that they're different, but I think both of them belong up here in that front pair. Third is another one that's really powerful through the center of her body. I like the top of her shoulder and the way she comes on the set. When you put her in motion, she just fights him a lot. It's hard to read her. She doesn't really handle herself as nice in motion as what we got in the top two up here. I'd like to change her just a little bit going out to her dock and pin set. But the main thing is just getting her where I can see that she can handle herself correctly on the move. We get into fourth. We got one that's got the right kind of forerib, right kind of top line. I like the first 2/3 of this one skeleton really well. As you go back into that rump, she's not quite as wide and square going right at the pins as these ewes up ahead of her today. When you get out beside her, that changes her balance just a little bit when you compare to those up at the front. But this is a nice female in a tough class here in fourth. Fifth place is one that's given up some frame, a little more moderate in her scale, but one that's got the kind of rib you like. She's got the kind of top shoulder shape you like, big in her rack. Could be a little better going back to her dock. She gets a little bit pointed going back to the pin set, but this here's a nice female as well. Let's give all these young people a nice hand for a good set.
Our fall ewes in the Shropshire pen. I started with a real broody type ewe, a real big, bold, well-balanced type ewe, one that you could throw in your flock, just about any flock you have, and produce any type of sheep that you want. This is really nice and clean and extended up through her front end, a ewe that's long in her side, long in her hind saddle, and stands down on substantial bone. However, if I could change her up just a tad, I think she kind of toes out in the front, just a hair, but I'm willing to overlook that because I think the rest of the package is pretty good. Here in the second place, we have a little bit more of a clubby type ewe, a little shorter sided, a thick, powerful type ewe, ewe that falls in easy on second, I just for her overall boldness of rib and with the top, real nice ewe there. Third, we have another ewe that's a little flashier. I don't. Gives up some of the overall dimension of our top two animals, but still a real flashy, real powerful ewe. Maybe not quite as mature as the other two in the class, so she lays there in third. Here in fourth, another ewe, real powerful. Stands a little bit straighter in her hocks than I'd like to see. Kind of rounds over her tail head, but still a real good, powerful made ewe. Ewe in fifth, a real well-balanced ewe, a ewe that I can appreciate her type and kind. She's just given up the overall power and dimension of our top animals to place any higher today. Thank you.
On the south down side of the ring. Sorry, I'm not as quick on the trigger as those two are for getting the microphone. Another nice set of yearling ewes. Maybe not the cookie cutter set here that maybe we had in that last class, and maybe we have to talk about some differences here. I think another combination ewe on top of just dimension and look and head. I love that one's a breed type. Just really muscular type of female in terms of her handle with some rib and body and barrel to her. I think just an awfully nice one there to get started with. The second one, really a super designed female, really long from her 13th rib, really long from flank to flank, and I appreciate that about her. Super sound. We set her into motion. She gets around the ring free and easy. She gets a little bit skinnier, if you will, in terms of her top shape. compared to that first one. Just like to blow her apart just a notch if we could, but really dead level, big hipped. I think this is another nice female to come into 2. A little more moderate female comes 3. Big footed, big ribbed, and big barreled. I love that sheep quite a bit. I wish there was just a little more of her. I think her head is tremendous in terms of her breed character. Really dark about her points. I love her hip and 3/4 view, just loaded with shape. If we could just kind of stretch her out, give her just a little more up and out for me, maybe get a little more of a case there, but really a nice female. Tough female to evaluate, and young ladies struggling with trying to get that one showed, but I think there's some positives here in that ewe. Really a nice square edge about that female. She's got a big hip and big stifle shape about her. Maybe not quite as whistle-fronted and neat-shouldered as we have in a couple of them ahead of her, but sound-footed, certainly some shape, and they've got her fed extremely well. We round out the top 5 with one that's just super smooth. Again, maybe not as big in terms of her stature. Sound on her feet and legs, big hip. Maybe just give her a little more shape, true expression working down her top, but really a nice female, good class. Congratulations.
Placing on the Shropshire Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to entry 6471, Bryant 22011, Kellen Algire, Fredericktown, Ohio. Second place to entry 6458, Flanders VIP 2777, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Third place to 6472, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. 4 to 6476, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. And 5 to entry number 6473, Victoria Kovacs, Fulton, Ohio. Placing on the Southdown Intermediate Yearling ewe class, first to 6735, KDK 2233, Kaylin Smirchek, Rochelle, Wisconsin. Second to entry number 6739, Howe Farms 2220, Peyton Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Third place to entry 6743, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois. Fourth place to 6746, Riley Gertz, Richmond, Indiana. And fifth place to entry number 6740, Hudson Fleener, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Placing on the Dorper Early Fall Ewe Lamb class, first to 4578, Icon B E033, Briley Roeder, Fredericksburg, Texas. Second place to 4588, Lazy 5 Ranch, 5540, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Third to 4589, Vivian Stephenson. 4 to entry number 4586, Caleb Bissell Lobdell, Freeport, Illinois. And 5 to entry 4596, Faith Lynn Ziegler, San Antonio, Texas.
Here in our senior champion drive, the Shropshire Ewes, we have quite a variation out here. I'm still happy with the way I sorted them. Just how the class is laid out for me. We've got everything from something that's going to have some potential to have some frame going up forward to some things that are a little bit clubbier. I kind of sorted the middle one out, the ewe that I think is just can go both ways, can be productive in any kind of type of situation. And I went ahead and used the fall ewe for champion, and I followed it up with the late yearling for reserve. Congratulations.
For our Shropshire show, our senior champion was our senior ewe lamb, Bryant 22011. Kellen Algar, hunting Kellen is from Fredericktown, Ohio. Second, or reserve champion was High Life Farm 2208 from the late yearling U class, shown by Emma Peters for Sales, Ohio.
Well, a really nice set. Yeah, fall ewes, ewe lambs in this class. They're really some quality. Gets deep in this class. Some hard decisions had to be made. I really think the one that wins this class, though, is a really complete Dorper ewe. I like the balance. I like the femininity in the front end and the power from behind. Really good on her feet and legs. Good in her body shape. Lots of width and dimension through the center rib. One that's got a lot of the boxes checked. I think a really a nice class winner. Second is also one that's really unique. I like this ewe lamb a lot as well. Really good body shape. Got a nice front end design. I think these two come to the front pretty quick. When you go to comparing these two, this one may be at times the one that grabs your attention. But when you get right behind her, she's got plenty of power, but she's not quite as powerful as the one that we start from that last rib back. Really a nice pair up here on the top end, though. We'll get into third, a long pattern ewe that's big rib, that's big top. Wide loin, wide over the top of the forerib. One that's good at the top of the shoulder, goes up with a nice set to the neck. One I'd like to see just not, when you go to comparing her to the top two, one of the main differences is she's not quite as feminine, not quite as neat in that front as what we got just ahead of her. But she, from there back, she plays right there with any of them in the class for his length and levelness. A really nice ewe here in third. Fourth place is one that on the move, I like the rib. This one here grabs your attention on the move. I mean an athlete moving about the ring. One that's got plenty of muscle and a great rib shape, great to the touch. Structurally, when you watch this one move around, it's got a little bit of front as well. And from the hip bone down to the pin set, at times on the move, it likes to roll itself a little more than what we got up here ahead of her today. In a tough class, this is a nice one here in fourth as well. Fifth is one that's really square made, that's got a lot of width through the center of her body as well. One that's a little more refined, not quite as big in her foot size and bone work as the top of the class. I'd like to see just a little more stoutness in its features, but got a lot of good traits when you get over the top of her. A really stout set. Let's give all these young people a nice hand.
Placing on the class of late fall ewe lambs for the Dorpers, first place goes to 4606, Lazy 5 Ranch, 5525, Vivian M. Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Second place to entry 4615, Icon BE 007, Brody Roeder, Fredericksburg, Texas. Third place to entry 4607, Hensley Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. Fourth place to 4602, Brian Reinhardt, Logansport, Indiana. And 5 to 4610, Elena Smith, Kentland, Indiana.
here in the south down side of the ring. I think this is the last class the yearling use. I think we end with quite a bang here. I tell you, there are 5 tremendous, athletic, fresh, youthful, stout, massive ewes in this lineup here. And I think you can do a couple different things. I think that there's just a lot to that first sheep. She's extremely fresh over her ribs. There's no breastplate in her at all. There's no outer shoulder. And when we set her into motion, she looks just like that. Huge hip, huge hooks, and huge pins. Big, big barrel and body in that female, and just ultra good in terms of her touch and her dimension in her top. Really, really square in terms of her edge. I like her head. I like how cocky her head comes at the point of her shoulders. Just the right wedge shape there for us. I think this is an awfully nice one there to win with. I dig this second one a whole bunch, too. I think that one is just super good in terms of her design, super good in terms of her touch, in terms of her dimension. And we talk about that square edge. She is big, square racked, and big square loin, big square hipped, and so good looking and so pretty at the point of her shoulders, and her chest floor just drives right up in her, just trots around the ring like we want to see them. Is there as much to her in terms of her body and barrel as we have in that first ewe? Not as much. I think she's really nice. That's an awfully nice female. Our third one, just another really good one. Awesome footed, stout in terms of her bone. Again, runs the right way for us. Not only stuck, but in motion. Good headed. She just gives up some dimension in terms of her handle, in terms of her top shape compared to those first 2. But I tell you, if you just want one for a design and just awesome to look at from the side, that's number 3 there. I think she's tremendous. The fourth ewe comes to us again. Can't say enough about how well she's fed, how square her edges are in terms of her hip and pin. Where I get this one into 4 is when we set her into motion, she gets just a little bolder and chunkier, if you will, in terms of that shoulder and that breastplate. I think, though, sound and good-headed again. Tremendous female in 4. Fifth ewe comes to us. Giving up a little size and scale to those, but boy, you put your hands on that sheep, again, square, and moves that squareness all the way back to her hip. I love her feet and legs. If we could just give her just a shot more of her, be a little more in the mix there, I think she makes a nice 5-hole today. Great class. Congratulations.
Well, a really nice set of females here today in the Dorper Show. I really have enjoyed evaluating them. There's been some classes had a lot of differences maybe in kind, but the quality was really good and deep. We start up here in the yearling class, senior yearlings, with one that is super stout made, really wide made from the front to the rear, and I like the dimension this one has, and still able to carry yourself really well about the ring on both ends. One that just is hard to throw a lot of rocks at when you go to analyzing the parts and pieces in this breed. The only thing, like I said in the class, she's not quite as feminine in her appearance through the front as maybe the one in second, and some of them in this front line here are a little better in that regard. But there's always there's differences, but then there's how big a difference. And I think for her age, you can't say she doesn't look like a female. She's just not quite as feminine as some of the others. Second in that class one, or in the yearlings, the one that's really smooth-shouldered, got that feminine look through the front, big enough in her top. She's just not quite as much of her as far as total dimension of what we have in the class winner, but another real quality sheep there. In the next, the junior yearlings, we got one that's really powerful for his body, width and dimension, bone work, lots of power here. I'd like to make this one a touch more feminine through the front, and when you put this one in motion, it doesn't track quite as good off the rear legs as what we have in some of these other sheep, but it's not to a point where I think we can roll it down. I love the color, I love the power, lots of good in this one, just a little bit of things that we'd like to change. If you look at second in that class, it's a little better in the motion, a little better going into the hip, but not quite as good structurally as you evaluate it coming out of the blades through that forerib. It doesn't carry itself quite as stout there as it needs to be considered to move up, in my opinion. We get in the lambs classes here. We got this one's a little bit, maybe a little bit out there for some people, a little extreme, but I think this one here is really a nice female. She's got the feminine look that we like, yet she doesn't go without some power when you get behind her. She's not as bold and as powerful as some of these others in these other classes in her rib, but when you get over the top of her, it'll surprise you what she has. She's got a really good dimension there. So she got to be considered. She's given up some things for that dimension, but she's the one in this group front line that's the most feminine in her appearance, a really nice female here. Second place in that class is one that's a big rib, really stout made, not as good in motion and not quite as good to that front end. In the last class, this one here hits both ends pretty good. This one here is got enough femininity through the front, got enough power from behind, good on its feet and legs, good balance, got enough width and dimension down its top. Maybe not quite as powerful as one or two, but for her age and size, I think she really is the one that's got to be considered here as well. Second in that class, one that's a good rib, lots of muscle shape, not quite as powerful from behind, but as much or more attractive front end. So that's the way I see them today. A great set of females. We're going to name you champion in reserve. Let's give all of them a nice hand at this time.
Placing on the Southdown late yearling U class, first place goes to entry 6712, Oldenburg 2143, Carson Knettel, Downs, Illinois. Second place to 6720, Liggett Livestock 2107, Holly Howard, Fort Wayne, Indiana. Third place to 6723, Lily Williamson, Elwood, Indiana. Fourth place to entry number 6715, Kaylin Smirchek, Rochelle, Wisconsin. And 5 to entry 6719, Bryna Rice, Lafayette, Indiana. For the Dorper Show, our senior champion.
There's a lot of progress has been made. The fact that most everybody enters online, there is no paper entry forms anymore. So that's a long way from them little entry cards that we had in 1980, where every animal was on an entry card. And I can still remember somebody dropping a box of entry cards. They'd already been put in order, and they got all mixed up. You had to go through them all and resort them by hand, where when you got them on the computer, you just push a button and it resorts it. It's a big difference.
first class of early springs. I start the class with a really well-balanced ewe, a ewe that looks awesome from the profile. You get around back of her, she's got enough substance to her for me. She's good on the rib. She's got big bone. She's a really well-balanced type of female. Could I change her up a little bit here and there? Yeah. I could change her head just a touch, make her a little lighter in the ear, a little shorter. But the ear set's correct. Just the size and thickness is a little bit off for me. The young lady here in second, a really powerfully made ewe, a ewe that just gives up the overall size and scale of our first place animal, a ewe that I don't think has quite the growth, but but still a ewe that you can really work with going into the future. The ewe in third, another powerful made ewe, a ewe that's really expressive through the middle section. A ewe that doesn't have quite the muscle shape as our second place animal, so I left her there there in third. You come down to fourth, and there's probably one of the better breed character type ewes in the class. A ewe that's got a really pretty head about her. She's just given up the overall volume and muscle and shape to place any higher today, but still a real usable type of ewe. As we go down to the fifth place animal, again, if we can lighten up those leg wolves, those socks up a bit, and maybe the muzzle, that you might slip up a couple more holes. But a real nice functional type of ewe. Congratulations to all of you.
Placing on the January ewe lamb class for the Shropshire Show. First place goes to entry number 6516, City Limits 23004, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Second place to entry number 6526, Evans 2315, Victoria Kovacs, Fulton, Ohio. Third place to 6527, Aubrey Hughes, Greenfield, Indiana. Fourth place to 6525, Victoria Kovacs, Fulton, Ohio. And fifth place to entry 6510, Landry Street, Alexandria, Indiana.
Well, here on the south down side of the ring, I think just a ripping set of early fall ewe lambs here, and we'll talk about the differences for them. I think we get one on top that is just wicked in terms of just build, and then you handle that one, and that one's the edgy one we've been talking about in this drive of just having that square rack and loin edge, very, very crisp to the touch, and don't want to get overly caught up on condition, but she's in better show condition than a couple of them that are behind her. I think one that's sound-footed, really good in her three-quarter view, and then watch that one move, what she does with that rear flank and holds her body together. I think this a tremendous female. She's got some jack about her, nice about her head. I think that's an awfully good one, girls. Congratulations. Our next one is going to tip the scale of being bigger and heavier, and that's where I get her into two. She's just got a little more cover on her side in terms of her ribs, and getting a little bit chubbier there, and handling a little bit softer in terms of her edge compared to that one. But boy, is she big-bodied and a good sheep. Really, really elevated up through her front for as massive as she is. Big hip in that one. We just could get her a little edgier in terms of her handle today to get ahead of that first one. Really a nice female to come too. Our third one comes to us, and another real crisp, good one in terms of show condition, if you will. One that's got some really good touch about her rack, and maybe doesn't transition it quite as neatly into her loin and into her hip as we have in those first two, but certainly some length about her, some stoutness about her. I think another nice female in three here. 4, 5, and 6, they maybe just don't balance up quite as nice. 4 is the most muscular one of the next two, though. She stays in that mix for that reason. I change her just a nickel when we move her around the ring, but really a nice female. Elevated ewe that comes to us in 5. Just run out of that expression, if you will, compared to those ones ahead of her, but do like her jack front. I love that one's head. Stamps those feet down on all 4 corners like we like to see. Another good one. Really a nice square one here that we can bring into 6. Change that one about her front end, wants to maybe lower that shoulder to the ground, just a nickel, but boy is she massive and good back in through her hip and pin. Another really good set of fall ewe lambs here, guys. Congratulations.
Placing on the early senior ewe lamb class for the South Downs. First place to entry 67.95, Miller E22332, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Second place to 6800, Forsey E22304, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Third place to entry number 6803, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. 4, 6807, Carson and Cole Canettle, Downs, Illinois. And fifth place to 6802, Hope Barker, St. Paul, Indiana.
Well, this was a challenging class. There's a lot of good ones here, and yet I find myself maybe looking for just that one more piece to make it easy at times. But the young ladies ULAM that I'm going to start the class with, I think once again is the most complete package. I'm not going to say that it's stouter than some of these others. When you get over the top of her, she could use a little more width and dimension to make this easier. Part of that is she's really lean today. I think if she had a little more feed time, she'd probably be there. But what I like about her is she's really structurally right. She's right in her front end. She's right in the set to her shoulder. She's feminine in her look. Her neck comes out right. She's good in her lines. She's good on her feet and legs. She's the nicest frontage sheep out of this top three and keeps her lines together really good on the move. It was a little bit of a challenge because I'd like to stouten her up just a little bit when I get behind her. She has some muscle shape, but she's not as powerful as the next two. The next two have that piece of the puzzle. I really appreciate the width of skeleton, the big rib, wide top, really a nice pair here. Both of them get a little bit heavier out in front of that shoulder and that breast. Not quite as good in that front end look as when I get to the one that wins the class today. But I struggled with whether you tolerate that and say it's we got enough, we got more mass here, or we go with maybe what I feel like is a little more complete package up here on the front end. Between these two, I like Second's loin and handle better. Really good through that loin edge, a wide loin edge to this sheep. It fights you on the head end, makes it look like the sheep's neck comes out the wrong spot at times. At other times, it turns loose and kind of looks apart. But the front end is what challenged you on this one. Third place here, the loin's not quite as good as the one just above. Got the same issue, not quite as feminine through the front. Big rib, big hip. I like this sheep in some pieces as well as anything in the class, but those two pieces kind of holds it back today. Young lady coming next, not quite as stout through the lower third of her skeleton. I'd like to see this one track just a little wider and keep a little more width and dimension down low, but I like the way it handles down its top. It's really opened up at the top third of its skeleton with a nice shape coming out of the blades and through the loin. A long pattern sheep that's still feminine in her front. Just from that lower third of her skeleton, she just doesn't quite play with the top end of the class. We get into fifth. We got one that's got a round barrel-shaped rib, a nice hip shape in this sheep. Gets a little bit heavier through its front, and when you watch that shoulder into the forerib, not quite as stout, and that transition is what we got just above in the class. If I could change the first third of the skeleton just a little bit, he really takes a nice picture. She does when you get out beside her from their back. A nice set. Let's give all these young people a nice hand for a good set of sheep.
Placing on the January class of Dorper ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 4629, Mantis, Riley Bigner, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Second place to entry number 4625, Jay Davis, 3557. Shayla Crouch, Eureka, Illinois. Third to entry 4618, Vivian M. Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. 4 to 4623, Mabel Repsher, Taylorville, Illinois. And 5 to entry 4619, Carson Lobdell, Darlington, Wisconsin.
our second class of early spring ewe lambs. We're going to start with a really pretty headed ewe, a ewe that I appreciate her about her breed type, a ewe that's thick over her top. She's carrying a lot of muscle down in her lower legs. She's got a good spring to rib, a lot of capacity, a ewe that I think is plenty big enough for the breed. We go into second place, a ewe that's a little longer sided, a little more extension. A ewe doesn't have quite as much thickness over her top. A ewe that could we could change her ears just a little bit, maybe her color of her muzzle just a scotch more to place her any higher today, but still a really nice usable ewe. The ewe in third, a real breedy type of ewe. I really appreciate her head and her ear set, her color. She just gives up the total power and balance of the top two animals placed any higher today, but still a real good functional ewe. The ewe in fourth, another thick-made type of ewe, a ewe that just doesn't have quite enough snap to her to overcome some of the other issues that I've seen, but still a really nice usable type of ewe. The ewe in fifth is the power ewe of the class. She's big and bold through her rib. She's real powerful over her hip and through her leg. She just gives up the total length of body and performance of some of the ewes ahead of her.
Well, in this lamb class, a really nice set. There's some interesting pieces to talk about here. I think, once again, the most complete package is what I'm going to start the class with. This one's really got the right rib, really good on her feet and legs in motion. One that's good in her shoulder set, got a feminine look to her front end. I like when you get over the front of her head shape and the color. She may have a little wool coming up the neck, but it's not a problem when you look at the pole forward. I think this is just a really nice female. She got the productive look. She meets the standards. A nice one here to start with. Our second one is an interesting. This is a little more exotic. Big top, handles really exceptional for his loin width. One that maybe not quite as nice at the shoulder forward as the one that wins the class, but maybe from there back, one I might prefer. I'd like to see her on the way she's colored and her color pattern, her head when you get over the top. Not quite the traits that I want to find. A little more brown hair around the eye. The white blaze goes up past the pole over to the eye. Those kind of things make a difference when you got this kind of quality on the front end, but a nice sheep here. Third place is one that's really got the width and dimension through the center of her body to play right here in the class up to the front. I like to change her just a little bit out in front of her shoulder when I analyze her compared to the ones up the front. And when you look at her hip bone back to her pin set, maybe not quite as level or quite as square going back to that pin set. But she's got enough width, a good body shape, a nice one here in third. Fourth gets a little shorter fronted. I like to see this one have a little more femininity in the front end. I'd like to get a little more extension and get that neck up a little bit more, but she's really got once again, the kind of Dorper shape we want through the center body and down her top. A nice one here as well. We come into fifth place. The young man just doesn't quite have the muscle shape to go with the pattern that it has. The pattern from the side, I could move this sheep up when I get over the top of him, just top of her. She just doesn't quite have the loin edge and the top muscle that I'd like to have to move up any further. But a nice set. Let's give all these young people a nice hand.
Placing on the Dorper February ewe lamb class, first place went to entry 4641. Skelly 3084. Izzy Close, Sheridan, Indiana. Second place to 4636. Kelly Hairsheep 3069. Elena Smith, Kentland, Indiana. Third to 4637. Vivian M. Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Fourth to 4638, also Vivian M. Stephenson. Fifth place to 46.35, Kellen Algar, Fredericktown, Ohio. Placing on the Shropshire class of late January ewe lambs, first place goes to entry number 6492, Rockin' K, 3264, Riggin Klotz, Richmond, Indiana. Second place to entry number 6494, City Limits, 23056, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Third to entry number 6482, Tessa Robertson, Reynolds, Indiana. 4 to 6483, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. And 5 to entry number 6490, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana.
Here on the south down side of the ring, our late fall ewe lambs. I apologize. I felt like I took a long time in that deal. I had a couple, 3 or 4 favorites on top, and that middle ground kind of was a little bit tough. I think there's a bunch of good females in this drive, and then there's some differences in them as we get after that 4th ewe on, and about 10 or 12. I think there's just a tremendous set of females that follow this one. So I had to kind of get in my mind, just for your futurity reasons, to get them right. So I think a whale of a female on top here. I think that is, we've been talking about mass and look and just square edge. I think that one is tremendous, just in dimension, rib and body and barrel. Her outer shoulder and chest floor is good. She's got some jack to her in terms of her front end. She looks just like that in motion. Boy, she takes a nice trot right around the ring. She's got some stoutness in terms of her foot. I think just big hipped and just a darn good one there, I think, for this drive. And I think the second one runs at her pretty hard. She's not quite as massive in terms of her top and not quite as good in motion, but I think she's really good as well. I think she's really close. I love her rib and barrel of that female. Again, very, very sound, as we set up into motion. I think just a good pair there in 1 and 2. Our third one, I'll be the first to admit, I don't love her head. I wish we could change her about her breed character just a little bit, and that's where I really struggle with that one. I think she can win it if you want to. If you want to win with that one and just don't talk about her head, I'm good with that. I think she's that good. I think she's good-footed. I think she's really, really crisp and edgy like we've been talking about. I think she runs the right way. She's got some length about her. I need to cut her head off to get her in 1-2. Our 4th place ewe comes to us, just a good sheep. We run out of sheep in her, but I think she is the next edgy one here in terms of her handle. Super rack shape, super loin shape, and big-footed, and then she's got some elevation too. She's a little smaller in her stature compared to a couple of them. I think that's an awfully nice one as well. The big ewe, I didn't find her at first. That's an awfully nice female, though. She's big, and if you want to say from out there, boy, she might be overage. She's got a tight lamb's mouth about her. She is just large, and she's also very good. That one runs the right way. She's very crisp. She's big. Boy, that's a breeding piece right there. I love that female a bunch. Nice set. Congratulations.
Placing on the Southdown late senior ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 6830, Burns Stock Farm, 1950, Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. Second place to entry number 6828, True 22008, Brock True, Osceola, Tennessee. Third to 6841, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana. 4, 6842, Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. And 5 to entry number 6819, Megan Sowers, Tiffin, Ohio.
Well, here on the southbound side of the ring, let's put our hands together for these senior U's and for our picking our senior and reserve champion. I tell you, they are really good, and you know that from the outside, and you breeders and exhibitors and everybody watching. I'm sure these females have done well throughout the year, and I tell you, they are really, 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 really good. You could go any direction here and justify it. I think they look like downs. They're sound, the big ribbed, big topped, fresh females. There's slight differences in my first lineup, slight differences in my second lineup, but they all are good ribbed and barreled, good handling sheep with some edge to them. I'm not going to go through and criticize each one of why they didn't win. I'll tell you, if you ask me later, I think it's very, very close. I'll go show you my two favorites, guys. Any of them can win this deal. I'll show you 1 and 2 how I like them.
For the South Downs, our senior champion ewe goes to the first place early yearling ewe, 6771 Karen, George Brothers, 22004 Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Reserve went to the class winner of the late yearling ewe class, 6712 Oldenburg, 2143 Carson Knettle, Danvers, Illinois.
Here in our class of early February ewe lambs, I started with a really pretty headed ewe, a ewe that has plenty of extension up through her front end, length of body, just a really well put together type of female. She's pretty on the move. She's hard to the touch. She's ideal for what I believe this age should be in her maturity pattern and condition. Ewe that's got a big future in front of her. The ewe behind her, a real big stout type of ewe, a ewe that gives up just a little bit of the head, but still really good in her breed type. A ewe that's just a little bit, a touch heavier in her condition that I'd like to see for her age right now, but still a really nice, solid type of ewe that can go on to have a really big future in the breeding pen. Come into the third hole, a really big centered ewe, a real expressive ewe. If we could change her up a little bit, we'd like to add just a little bit more wool to her cap, bring some down into her legs, just to enlighten her up some. You do those things by the miracle of God, and you just move her up a couple more spots in the class. Into the four, we have a bigger frame, longer sided ewe. She's real pretty in the profile, but when you get handling her, she's just a little bit. She just gives up a little bit too much to compete with those top three individuals. This young lady in fifth, a really pretty lamb, a good-headed lamb, a lamb that if we could change her up, we could move her up a bit. If we could just take her and level her off that hip, she tends to roll off that hip a little bit, and you can see that when she's on the travel quite a bit. So, but all in all, a really nice class of ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Test. Well, another really nice set of females. This lamb class. Get to the top four. You can do a lot of different things. Actually, the top five. There's some pieces that you could use all the way up. I think, once again, I'm always looking for the one I think is the most complete package, and this one that I start the class with. If you look for what a Dorper should be and the way we really have to emphasize parts, this one here is really good. She's got a big body, big top, square hip, big bone, goes to the ground on the corners, walks good off of both ends, got enough femininity in the front end to go with the power you get when you get behind her. She's not quite as elevated or as extra as the one coming second, but I think she's balanced and has plenty of elevation for what she needs to. I also like the head. The head shape is really good. The color is really good. I just think this one here is the most complete package. We get into second. This one here's got some things made me scratch my head. It's really powerful and got some things that's hard to find. When you get over the top, the kind of way it's made and muscle shape in its top and the attractive look from the side through that chest floor. There's some things that's really, really unique on this one that is exceptional. There's some things in the breed type that I'd like to change just a little. I know that she's got some pigment in her hooves, but she lacks some the black hooves that I would prefer to find on her, and I also would prefer to not have the white between the ears and the eyes on the head. That doesn't mean it doesn't still category up there on the color pattern for a 3 or better, but I just say there's some pieces on her for the Dorper traits that I prefer the one we start over her. And third, this one here is a very attractive ewe that's got the look through that front end that's really nice. I like the way she's made at the top of the shoulder and neck. She takes a great picture from the side. She gives up a little power to the two up above her when you get behind her. I'd like to stouten her up there. And she also bothers me just a little bit when she's blatant that she's not prolapsing, but I see an issue there that I'd prefer not to see at this point on the top of the class. We get into the fourth place ewe. She's really a solid one that's got to be up here in the top five. She's not quite the front end look of what we got up ahead, not quite the handle, but when you get off and look at her from the side and three-quarter view, she's got the traits we need through that center body and top. A really nice one in fourth. Fifth is one that a lot of people have chased. This one here is the kind that gives you the handle and touch, the hide, lots of muscle down her top, really attractive and feminine looking through her front. She's a little more frail, not quite as stout in her features as you look up the line through that bone work in that lower third of her skeleton. If I could stouten her up in that regard, we could consider moving her up. But a good set. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Placing on the February class of Shropshires for the ewe lambs, first place goes to entry number 6562, Land Run 734, Brianna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. Second place to entry number 6572, Fritz 2313, Skylar Birch, Christiana, Tennessee. Third to entry number 6566, R&A 8, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Fourth place to entry number 6577, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. And 5 to entry number 6574, Hayes Klotz, Richmond, Indiana. For our Southdown show, in the senior champion bred and owned class, the champion was also our overall senior champion. Entry 6771, Karen, George Brothers 22004, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. The reserve senior champion bred and owned was entry 6764, Howe Farms 22004, out of the early yearling U class, Peyton Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Placing on the Dorper March U Lamb class, first place goes to 4656, Lazy 5 Ranch 5555, Vivian M. Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Second place to entry number 4646, Icon B E 214, Briley Roeder, Fredericksburg, Texas. Third to 4652, Brody Roeder, Fredericksburg, Texas. 4 to 4658, Vivian M. Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. And 5 to 4659, Haskell Hortz, Zephyr, Texas.
Still a really nice set of females to choose our champion from in this group of young sheep here in the Dorper contest. I think we're not to talk them all, but I think all of these have got a lot of structural correctness that I appreciate when I get out here. They're good on their feet and legs. They're designed through that front end is right. They got the head coming out, the neck coming out the right spot. I like the fact that all of them have some rib to them. There's some variation in that a little bit. That's some of what makes the decision at this point. There's a little bit of differences maybe in which one's the longest necked. I don't think that's a criteria. It's more about balance and what fits the skeleton, and I think all of them do that really, really well. This is a really good group. I think when it comes down to it, for me, there's two out here that you have to consider at this point, and they're the ones that have just a little more to them in that third dimension of width in their skeleton. That would be these two here. Young ladies up here has got an attractive, well-made sheep. Gives up a little bit of that when you get to this point from when you get behind them. When you compare these two, I think the one that's got just a little more of that rib and a little more of that dimension that we need in this breed falls to this young lady. She'll be your champion. I think it's really close after that. You can bring up the second. We talked about some of the Dorper traits and some of a few things that I was a little bit concerned with on this second. And I also mentioned some of the things that this sheep is exceptional in. I think, once again, staying with the trend that I've been on, I think you've got to stay with the ones that really have some of those traits that we really want to find in our champions in the Dorper breed, and it'll be here for a reserve.
Shropshire Junior exhibitors will receive a free T-shirt for today's show. Those T-shirts are located next to the makeup area of the Shropshire Ring. Make sure.
We always used to kid about it. You'd see first-timers come in here, it never been to this facility, and to have a livestock facility where everything's inside and it was just huge. You know, you could tell them walking around, you know, with their mouth dropped open. I don't know, I guess those first years, of course, we just started with beef cattle. In fact, the first emblem had beef, swine, and sheep on it. And then later, of course, we brought in dairy cattle and then horses, and now we got llamas and dairy goats and all kind of things.
Texas, 4, Faith Lynn Sigler. San Antonio, Texas, at 5, Stephen Moran. Von Horry, Texas. Our junior champion ewe for the Dorper show goes to our first place in the March ewe lamb class, 4656, Lazy M Ranch, 5555, Vivian M. Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina. The reserve champion came out of the February ewe lamb class, 4641, S. Kelly, 3084, Izzy Close, Sheridan, Indiana. Following the selection of our grand and reserve grand champion Dorper ewe, we will have Dorper Flock. Dorper Flock will be your next class before moving into the White Dorper show. But remember, we are going to take a photo of Dorper/White Dorper exhibitors in between those two shows.
Well, help me congratulate these young people. They had a really nice set of Dorpers today, and they're getting to be in the ring at this point as we select our champion Dorper ewe and a reserve. And so let's give them a big hand before we go any further. I think today's been fun for me. The quality's been really good, and you can see a little differences. And from the sideline, you may have some preferences. I tried to explain kind of what I did in all these pieces, and maybe I talk a little more than I should. But I think it's important you know that there was a reason for where you were at, and it might not agree with me, but I had that reason, and I tried to explain it. So these, I think, are really 4 really good Dorper females. They meet the standards in the ways I like to see them for as pigment color, the cover, all those things, and then you get quality and conformation and the way they're made, and then you're looking for something that's got some product and femininity to them, and I think these all 4 have those traits. There's little differences at this point. It gets to be kind of my personal preference a little bit, I guess, when they get them set up and stabbed out here in all 4 corners and the head lifted up. I really appreciate all of these, but the one that I think is probably the most complete has just a touch more extension to the front, makes her a little more feminine, still really thick from behind. This will be your champion right here. I think once you do that move, I think the next move, to me, it makes sense. You could go either way. You're giving up a little bit of the look through the center body. If you go with the older sheep, the younger lamb has maybe just a little more forerib width to her, but it's not as much as you think when you get over the top. The one that follows in pattern when you get out beside them is the reserve of the age that she'll be your reserve here.
Here on the south down side of the ring, our first class of January's here. I think just a darn good set again, and again, some differences floating through them here, just a nickel, but really a nice group. I like some things about the first one. I like some things about the second one. Wish we could combine them to make that overall sheep for me. I love the hip and shape of this first one over the top of her. Get on top of that female, big racked and loin, big hips and pinned, and I think that's where she gets the nod for me. She's just bigger in her hip from hooks to pins, and I think this a long body, good looking one from the side. I like the second one in terms of her shoulder and her breastplate just a little bit better than our class winner. I think that is one fancy female from the side. When we handle her, there's not quite as much expression as we have in this first ewe lamb, but boy, is she fancy, good-footed, good-headed. I think that's a nice pair. If you wanted to flop them, you sure could. I think that's a nice set. A little more moderate sheep comes to us in third. I dig that one quite a bit. I missed that one somehow on the first pull, or maybe they snuck in, I'm not sure. But that one is an awfully good one. That one's built good. That one's really fresh to the touch. Got some shape and edge to her. She's not quite as long and stretchy as those first 2 are, but sound-footed, awesome female there in 3. 4 comes to us, a little bigger stature to you. And I bet that female's done some growing. After you say that sheep is made extremely good. She runs the right way for us. Her shoulder lays in good for as massive as she is. She's got some rib about her. I don't think she's as fancy as those first 3 are. That's an awfully nice one in 4. We round out the top 5 with one that's just a little bit more moderated, a little more muscular there down in her stifle. It throws her hip off just a nickel when we go into motion. She wants to take her pin set to the ground. But really a nice sheep, very fresh, good to the touch. Great set of Januaries. Congratulations.
For our Dorper show, our grand champion ewe was our senior champion ewe out of the late fall ewe lamb class, 4606, Lazy 5 Ranch, 5525, Vivian M. Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. The reserve grand champion ewe was our reserve senior champion ewe, 4578 out of the early fall ewe lamb class, Icon B, E033, Briley Rotor, Fredericksburg, Texas. Again, we are now showing Dorper flock. After Dorper flock, you guys will do a group photo of Dorper and white Dorper exhibitors here in the ring, and then we'll move into the white Dorper show. Results of the Dorper Flock class. First place goes to Vivian M. Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. That does conclude the Dorper show. Again, we're going to get that white Dorper group photo of all of our exhibitors before we go on to the White Dorper show.
In this class of late spring lambs, I started with a lamb that just hit me from the beginning on the profile. Just a really nice handling lamb, a lamb that when you get over the top of it has plenty of expression of muscle over the top, good rib shape. It's got good extension up through the front end. It's decent enough in its breed type to stay up here in the first hole, but still just a really nice handling lamb, a lamb that's proper in its condition and for its growth curve, and I think will grow out to be a pretty decent sized yearling ewe. The ewe in second, a ewe that is real flashy from the side, a little greener in her type, maybe a little under condition for me at this point. But a ewe that I really appreciate the extension up through the front end. She's got a good head about her. If I could just widen her out over her dock just a touch more, she might be able to sneak up in that number one hole. But still a really good ewe. The most powerful ewe that we have left out standing out here in third, just a really good, solid made type of weather ewe. She's a little bit shorter in her side than her top two, giving up a little bit of frame size too and growth potential. If we could change her head up a little bit more, make her a little more shroppy, we could slide her up there another slot or two. The gentleman here in fourth with a really nice, well-balanced ewe, gets a little bit ewe-necked and a little down-fronted sometimes. If we could change that up, if we could just maybe thin out those ears just a touch, she'd be pretty good. The ewe here in fifth, another one, she's really good about her head. And real nice profile on you. You get around her, she's just a little plainer in her build and kind and then 4 above her, but still something you can be proud of and take home and breed on. Congratulations.
Placing on Class 1 of our January ewe lambs for the Southdown Show, first place went to entry number 6856, Howe Farms, 2304, Ashland Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma. Second to 6859, Knettle, 2333, Carson Knettle, Downs, Illinois. Third place to 6870, Callie Murphy, Hayworth, Illinois. 4 to entry 6867, Kaylin Smirchek, Richalt, Wisconsin. And 5 to 6865, Abigail Showalter, Falks Run, Virginia. Placing on the class of February ewe lambs for the Shropshire Show. First place to 6544, City Limits 23101, Tessa Robertson, Reynolds, Indiana. Second place to entry number 6540, Flanders VIP 3571, Luke Rodabaugh, Danville, Ohio. Third place to 6533, Miranda Moneyheffer, Akron, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 6551, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. And 5 to entry number 6548, Landry Street, Alexandria, Indiana. This time we're ready to begin our White Dorper show. White Dorper Fall Ram Lambs to the ring.
Well, I think it's headed in the somewhat right direction, in the fact that these youth have an opportunity to come here and exhibit cattle in the eastern part, or from any place in North America. They can come and exhibit cattle here at the Kentucky Exposition Center, and there's no better place to show a cow.
second class of Januaries here in our South Downs. And again, just a wild, a good bunch of sheep here to sort through. And some differences again, and we get into a couple bigger sheep here in 5 and 6 that I think are awfully good. Maybe not quite as expressive as maybe these 4 that are ahead of them, but just super designed sheep that have some size and scale to them that are going to be big yearling ewes next year because they're already good size right now. I think both of them are awfully nice. We get into this top 4 for me. They're, again, a little more edgy, square edge, big top, big racked ones. This one is just wild in terms of how square she is. I think she's just super sound on her feet and legs. She's pencil-necked, good-shouldered, really good in her breastplate. Super big pin set in that sheep and lots of stifle shape in terms of that 3/4. I think she has just a little more attractiveness about her front end than we have in that second one. That second one, I think, pushes her, though, on muscle and shape and dimension. I just wish she was just a little neater at her chest floor and the outer side of her shoulder in motion compared to that class winner. But, boy, is she stout-footed. She's got some length about her, which I like. Very, very fresh. I think both of those are awfully good. Our third one comes to us, and I dig this one in motion. She sets that thing into motion, and that one tracks just like we like them to on all 4 corners, takes a nice stride. You get right in here in this angle of her. That's how she gets to third. I think she gets a little bit plainer. She's a little bit flat here in that 3/4 view in terms of her stifle shape, but really a nice handling sheep in terms of her top. I like that female quite a bit as well. 4 comes to us. I dig this female a bunch, and I kept wanting to move that one forward a couple slots. You get your hands on her, there's not quite as much expression just working in her top and in her loin edge that we have in those first 3. Boy, she's pretty as a picture. Very, very sound and balanced in terms of her flank. I think that sheep ties nice in her shoulder. She's just a little shorter than a couple of them in terms of from flank to flank, but that is a great one there, I think, in 4. And like we said, 5 and 6, 2 big females, very growthy. I'm not saying that they're outaged by any means. I think for as growthy as they are, they're fresh. They're nice sheep. I think for me, they're not quite as edgy and square edge, like I said, compared to those first 4. Great class of Januaries. Congratulations.
Well, as we start our White Dorper show, a really nice set of falls here on the Rams. It gets really close in the top end. These top 4, I think, kind of sort out, and then it's different pieces that you have to consider. I'm going to say the young man's ram up here at the front, once again, is the most complete. I like the big rib and the body shape that he has. He's got enough bone work. He's big in his bone work underneath. Got enough loin and dimension when you get down the top of him. Big stifled sheep. When you get up in front of him, you can see some differences here as well. He's the one that's naturally wider made from the ground up out of these top pair, and one that I do appreciate the pigment around the eyes and the things that we like to look for there in the close placing at the end. Our second place is the one that catches your eye. This is a show sheep that you appreciate his look when he hits the ring. He's smooth-shouldered, one that's really got a nice shape down his top as well. Big in his hip. I like he's got adequate bone work to him. 2 things I think when you compare these 2. When you get up in front of him, you notice he's just tighter underneath compared to the one that we used to win today. And his pigment's there, but it could be better. He's not very good in his pigment when you go to looking around his eyelids and so forth. And third, we got one that's really a thick, powerful sheep that's got the width and dimension through the center body and big in his top. One that's probably as powerful for his size as anything in the class. One thing, he's got a little bit of brown hair showing up in places I'd rather not see, and then he gets a little softer off his back pasterns. Not down on him, but a little softer than I would prefer him to be, and that's the reason we rode him to third. It gets close between third and fourth. Fourth, when you put him in motion, he likes to kind of separate and not hold himself together from his shoulder into his forerib. He kind of breaks there a little bit, and when you get over the top to handle him, compared to these others, he doesn't have the width over the rib that we have in these other sheep. I'd like to expand him through that full rib and get him to handle himself a little stouter there. I do like the profile on him. When she gets him set up, he's got a good look to him. He's got the good lines, a nice sheep here. Young man coming next, he's got one's got some stifle and loin, just gets a little tighter in his rib set as you compare him to those up above. But a good set. Let's give all these young people a nice hand.
Placing on the second class of January ewe lambs for the Southdown Show. First place goes to entry 6883, Burns Stock Farm, 1978, Quentin Durr, Arcadia, Indiana. Second to 6899, RTCL 23110, Molly Wyatt, Bath Springs, Tennessee. Third to 6904, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana. 46893, Lily Williamson, Elwood, Indiana. And 5 to 6898, Levi Willman, Hartford City, Indiana. Placing on the White Dorper Fall Ram Lamb class, first place and senior champion ram to 4680, Espartee Livestock 1803 BK, Caleb Welty, Evansville, Indiana. Second and reserve senior champion 4687, Dorsets and Daylilies 235F 4135, Hainsley Hatfield, Zanesville, Ohio. Third to 4682, Vivian M. Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. 44680, Vivian M. Stephenson. And 54684, Jackson Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee.
deep set of March and later Shrop ewe lambs here. I started the class with a ewe that caught my eye when she first walked in the ring. I really appreciate her breed type. I appreciate her thickness, her make, her kind. She doesn't handle with too much cover on her right now. I think that she has some growth potential going forward. She's good, got some good extension up through her front end, thick over her top and through her midsection. She's got some capacity to her. Just a really nice lamb. The lamb in second, not to take away from it at all. It too is a real long body, long fronted ewe. A ewe that if we could change her up just a touch, we'd like to widen her up over the dock. But she's still green. She's got some growth, some ways to go. This young man here in third, he has the biggest frame lamb that I left out in the ring, just because she's complete. She's a really good sheep. Do we want to shorten her ears up, maybe set them up just a little bit higher? Yeah, that would probably help her out, get her up there in that 1-2 hole or so. But still, a real complete ewe. I think she'll make a great yearling going forward. This young man here in fourth, real stout lamb, a real powerful type lamb. Just kind of a little bit too broad in the front, a little dark in the muzzle to place any higher today. This young lady in fifth, again, a real power lamb. You can appreciate that, but I think she's a little quicker in her pattern, a little heavier in her hair on the head to place any higher, but still a really good set of sheep. Congratulations.
Well, another nice set of rams here in this fall deal. We really got one here to start with that I think hits the breed pretty nicely for his rib shape, body width. One that's still nice at the top of his shoulder to have that kind of width from there back. Got lots of stifle and muscle to him when you get behind him. Adequate in his bone work. One that's on the move out about the ring. I like the way he can still get off of either end really well. Just a really complete one. He could be a little stronger in his pigmentation, but one that I think is a really nice white ram to start. Our second place is close to him. I like this sheep too. He's not quite as stout in that lower third as he turned into that lower rib. He's not quite as bold as the one we start with, but that allows him to be just a touch prettier when I get out beside him. I like the look that he gives out the front. He's sound on his feet and legs as well. Just maybe not quite as bold through that center lower rib is what we got in the one that wins today. But this is a nice ram and very competitive in the class. Similar in pigmentation to the one that starts. Could be a little stouter, but I think we're in a range we can accept. Young lady coming next has one that is very similar to the sheep just ahead of her in a lot of ways. Just not quite as much of it. When you get right behind it, it just gives up a little bit of that dimension through that center body and through that fore rib compared to the ones just ahead, but a nice balanced pattern, sound, functional on his feet and legs in a tough class. This is a nice sheep here in third. Fourth, one that's not quite as balanced out on the profile as the ones just above. He gets just a little bit bold out in front of his shoulder, not quite the balance for his length to height ratio is what we see in some of them, but he's still got enough muscle to play up here close. When you get over the top and handle him, gives up a little loin to what we have just above him in the class when you get your hands on him. A young lady coming next has got one that's really square hipped, that's big in its leg and stifle area, just gets a little shorter pattern, not quite, neck comes out just a hair lower out of that shoulder than what I'd prefer, but I do like the power and the width from the ground up. A nice sheep here. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
The 2023 Shropshire Futurity is now complete. The winner in the yearling U division is Brina Hubbard of Oklahoma with Fritz 2201. The yearling U runner-up is Drake Slutz with RNA 2616. The overall U Lamb winner and Midwest region winner is Tinley Kinney of Ohio with Fritz 2309. Runner-up U Lamb is Hayes Klotz of Indiana with MOBO 2315. Eastern Region U Lamb winner is Brooke Young of Tennessee with CCS Kovacs 2302. West Region ewe lamb is Brina Hubbard of Oklahoma with city limits 22134. Also in top 5 ewe lamb is Emily Stevens of Ohio with slack 3398. These winners should come to the ring at the end of the Shropshire Show to receive awards. Also, placing on the March ewe lamb class for the Shropshires, first place to entry 6620, land run 741, Brina Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. Second place to entry number 6614, Flanders VIP, 3564, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Third, 6617, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Fourth place to entry number 6607, Stockton Klotz, Richmond, Indiana. And 5 to 6606, Cora Bartram, Greentown, Indiana. Placing on the White Dorper Fall Winter Ram Lamb class, first to 4698, S-Bar T Livestock, 1816BK, Caleb Welty, Evansville, Indiana. Second to 4699, Dorsets and Daylilies, 310S, 4210, Hainsley Hatfield, Zanesville, Ohio. Third to 4695, Vivian M. Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina. Fourth place to 4694, Vivian M. Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina. And 5 to 4696, Sarah Weaver, Estill Springs, Tennessee.
Here on the south down side of the ring, I think another really good set of January lambs, and maybe some differences floating through here in my favorites. But I tell you, again, just very sound and really a nice group here. I think you get that trio of ewes, and we've got to keep them together. I think when we put them into motion, they hold themselves together at the point of their shoulders. They really move good in terms of their feet and legs. Their underlines stay nice for them. I think all three of those have to be together here. And then what you do with them, you can do a couple different things. I'm going to use the most expressive one again here, just in terms of just square edge, in terms of her rack and loin, and no doubt the squarest one in terms of her pin, and really good in terms of her stifle. That one takes a really nice wide stride right in behind her. I love her barrel. I love her rib. I like that one's head in terms of her points. I think that's an awfully nice one, guys. Congratulations. Our second one comes through with another one that love to watch that sheep move. That thing takes such a great step and stride. Really proud fronted type of female with some width and dimension in terms of her bone. She looks a little skinny compared to those two on either side of her, and maybe she is just a little bit raw, but boy, you get your hands on her width in her rack and loin, big hip in that female, and I love how she runs uphill. I love her underline. I think that's an awfully good one to go second for us. Our third one, kind of the big outline to you, and love that one. That one at times I kept saying, that one's going to win this deal. I love how stretchy she is. I love how big she is, how growthy she is. She's just not quite as dimensional, those first two, when you get your hands on her. It looks like she is from out here. She's got plenty. She's just not quite as crisp and edgy as those first two, but sound on her feet and legs. Looks like she's going to be a big yearling ewe for us next year. That's an awfully nice one there to come three. Our fourth one comes to us, and this one just kind of kept working her way up. This one is another really square, really good underlined ewe. A little bit different colored. I'm not in love with the color of her legs, but I'm not going to get real picky on that because I'm not the expert on that. She's super good in terms of her head, in terms of her point. I love that one in terms of her handle, just really, really wide all the way back and still stays together in a nice smooth package. Our fifth one comes to us, really a green ewe lamb compared to a couple of them ahead of her. I like how long she is. I like how level she is. Maybe doesn't make up quite as neatly there in her shoulder and her chest floor quite as those ones ahead of her, but another good one in terms of her feet and legs, another good-headed one. We round out the top six with just a really elevated, really nice female. She gets a little bit finer in her features compared to a couple of them. I'd like to widen her up kind of everywhere, but dead level, jack-fronted, that's another nice set of Januaries. Congratulations.
Here in the Shropshire Junior Ewe Lamb Champion Drive, we had some really deep sets of ewes. I mean, yeah, the numbers are great. They're overwhelming at some points, but they were deep. Out of the 25 ewes or whatever in a class, there was a good 15 to 20 of them that were all, you know, really usable type of sheep. And I'm really happy with what I brought out here for the Champion Drive. There's a couple of different types and kinds here, but I'm going to go ahead and use the youngest ewe in the class here for champion. And I'm going to follow it up with the oldest ewe for reserve. Congratulations.
This Ram Lamb class, a really nice set as well. The class winner is one that really I like the look when he come in the ring, the balance, the design that he has along with the power. He puts it together really nicely. He's not one that handles maybe quite as nice to the touch as a couple of these just below him when you just want a handling sheep. But as far as the dimension, he's definitely there. One that is that combination sheep that you got to run to the front. The one that really intrigues me is here in second. I like this sheep a lot for the way he looks from the side, the balance, the little extras that he has for his look and length. When you get right behind him, he just gives up a little bit too much for me to move up any further for his width when you look up there to the one that we used to win. But I like the quality in this sheep a lot. We get into third, we got one that's similar maybe to the one in second, except he just lacks a little bit of feed and time. He doesn't handle with the width and dimension that we got in the top two today, but he does have that kind of shape, body shape, look from the side. It's I can see a lot of quality and future in this one as well. We get into fourth. This one here is a bigger sheep. I appreciate the dimension that he has through the center of his body. For his size, he just lacks some of the muscle that we find, carcass trait qualities that we find in those just above him today. But a sound, functional sheep here in fourth. And fifth, one that's got some loin shape to him and one that's sound on his feet and legs. Gets too tight through that forerib. Doesn't allow him to have as much thickness right over the top of his rib of what we see in some of these up above. But a good set. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
For our Shropshire show, our junior champion ewe went to the first place March ewe lamb, Land Run, 741, Brina Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. The reserve junior champion came out of the early January ewe lamb class, City Limits 23004, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Placing on the White Dorper class of fall spring ram lambs, first place goes to entry 4704, Welty Dorpers 0052, Caleb Welty, Evansville, Indiana. Second, 4700, Lazy 5 Ranch 5957, Vivian M. Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. Third, 4701, Vivian M. Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina, 4 to 4702. Grady Weaver, Estill Springs, Tennessee, and 5 to 4703. Allie Walker, Pikeville, Tennessee. Placing on Class 3 January ewe lambs for the South Downs, 1st to 6907. Beckmeyer Brothers, 2321, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. 2nd to 6909, Fowler, 2318, Ephraim Fowler, Salesville, Ohio. 3rd to 6914, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. 4 to 6924, John Crowder, Sheridan, Indiana. And 5 to 6905, Hudson Fleener, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania.
For Grand Champion Shropshire Ewe Drive, I got 4 ewes out here that I'd load on my trailer tonight. I'd have no qualms of bringing them home and putting them in with one of my rams. They're really well balanced type sheep. They're got plenty of muscle for a female, yet still carry plenty of femininity. These are all really impressive ewes. But I'm going to go ahead and use the baby of the show. We're going to use the junior champion and follow it up with the senior champion for reserve. Congratulations, people.
For our Shropshire show, our grand champion ewe was our junior champion out of the March Ewe Lamb class. Land run 741, Brina Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. The reserve grand champion was our senior champion out of the senior ewe lamb class, Bryant, 22011, Kaylin Algar, Fredericktown, Ohio. Placing on the White Dorper pair of ram lambs, first place goes to 4707, Caleb Welty, Evansville, Indiana. Second to Abigail Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee. Third place to Jackson Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee.
Well, really nice set of White Dorpers, ram here to select from for our champion reserve in this age group. I really like this, the earlier age group here, as far as the one that's really got the kind of rib and front end design. This sheep is really made kind of what I picture the White Dorper we're looking for his design and structure. He's got plenty of power when you get over the top of him and get behind him. One that really meets a lot of the things that we're looking for as far as the criteria in this breed. Our second in that class is one that is maybe a touch more attractive but lacks some of the power through that center and lower third. When you stand up in front of him, he just tightens up just a little bit compared to the one we use. Last class, we just talked about those. We got one that's really powerful from behind. not quite having the touch. So it gets really close here for reserve. I think you can tell which one I like for our champion. It'll be this one right here. It's got a lot of the things we're looking for in a white dorper. We go to looking for the other one. We got the look from behind and some of the rib traits that we like in this younger sheep. We got one that's a little more attractive through the front and got a better shape and handle down his top. I'm going to use the second over here for reserve.
Our junior.
We really didn't know what we had or what was going to become of this when we started in 1974. I mean, we come back year after year and it's getting larger and larger. And, well, it's got to stop sometime. Well, no, it doesn't have to. If you have the quality of facilities, if you have the quality of management, you have the quality of the volunteers, and the quality of the people out there who are wanting to show, and you put on a good show for them, there's no reason why it doesn't go on.
Nice way to round out the January classes here for our Southbound show. I think this is an awfully good one here to lead it off. I think you got a pair on top here that are, again, talking about that square edge, big top females with some look about them of those two. I love this one in motion and just really, really good in what she does with her shoulder and her flank in motion. Takes a huge, big old stride for us. She's really jacked up in her front end, comes at the point of her shoulders extremely good. I think this is an awfully nice one there to roll with. Our second one pushes her really hard, and I like her maybe pin set just a nickel better than the class winner, and I'll give her that nod. That three-quarter view that she brings to the table is really good. She's not quite as fancy in her front end as that first one, but boy, is she a good handling, fresh one that's also very good-headed, really good in her breed type. I think this is a good skinned one. I think that's an awfully nice female to come into second hole. Our third one, just loaded with shape and muscle, maybe gets a little finer in her features than the two ahead of her. Maybe not quite as fancy at the point of her shoulders, but love her rib and body and barrel. And again, very good as she works from hooks to pins, just really, really wide in terms of her pin set. I read that one to be a really nice yearling ewe next year as she continues to grow and massing up here for us. One that comes to us in 4. I dig that female from just looking at her when they get her propped up and they get her set. When you get your hands on her, she gets just a little bit soft to the handle. She's carrying just a little more condition, maybe just a little softer when you handle her in terms of her loin edge, but she's dead level. She's big in her hip, big in that three-quarter view, and very, very good and stout in terms of her bone. I think that's an awfully nice one there. Our 5 comes to us. I struggle with this ewe. I like tons of things about her. I like her growth. I like her dimension. I like her rib a whole bunch, and I like her shoulder for as massive as she is. I change her back in her hip and her pin. I'd like to just flatten that hip and blow that apart just a nickel if we could. Darn good one, though. Nice set. Congratulations.
As we select our champion ram in the White Dorpers, a really high-quality group out here in the ring. Congratulate all these young people for a nice job and a good set. I think it gets. I think the first play of the champions here are 2 that look a lot alike. That's got a lot of the things that I really appreciate in this breed, and it gets down to really small differences. And then you got 2 following them that's got maybe a touch more look, that lack a little bit of the stoutness through the center third of their skeleton. But a really nice group. Let's give all of them a nice hand, and we'll name your champion reserve.
For our White Torpor show, our grand champion Ram went to our first place in the winter Ram Lamb class, our junior champion, 4698 S-Bar T Livestock 1816 BK, Caleb Welty, Evansville, Indiana. The reserve grand champion was our senior champion from the fall Ram Lamb class, 4680 S-Bar.
We always used to kid about it. You'd see first timers come in here, it never been to this facility, and to have a livestock facility where everything's inside and it was just huge. You know, you could tell them walking around, you know, with their mouth dropped open. I don't know, I guess those first years, of course, we just started with beef cattle. In fact, the first emblem had beef, swine, and sheep on it. And then later, of course, we brought in dairy cattle and then horses, and now we got llamas and dairy goats and all kind of things.
Nice pair of ram lambs to start the Katahdin show. We're going to start with this young lady here first. He's a bigger, thicker made ram. Carries a little bit more depth of body, a little more spring to rib. He's deeper through his loin, just a little bit more powerful type ram. The young man's ram here in second, a nice profiling ram, a ram that just doesn't have quite the the condition on him as our first place animal. Needs a few more days of grain, but I still think he's a pretty nice buck. Congratulations.
Placing on the fall Ram Lamb class for the Katahdin's first place goes to entry number 5745, Salmon Run 691, Gabriella Raber, Sabatus, Maine. Second place to 5744, Salmon Run 692, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana.
Nice set of January Katahdin rams. We're going to start the class with a big, bold type ram, a ram that's real sprung out in his middle rib, a ram that's real thick over his top, carries a deep loin to him. It's quite a bit of inner leg muscle. It's just a really nice long body type of buck to start the class. The ram that comes in second most closely closely follows our first place animal. I really appreciate the the shoulder on this ram. I think that he's a tick better in the shoulder than our first place ram. Just giving up some of the overall size and performance of our first place ram to place any higher today, but still a really nice buck. The young lady's ram here in third, a really nice, well-balanced ram, a ram that's just doesn't have quite the thickness over the top or depth of body that our first two animals have to place any higher today. The young gentleman's badger appearing ram, a ram that's really pretty from the profile, a ram that's just a little bit greener than the other three in the class. A few more days on feed, maybe as comes back as a yearling in a show, he'd be able to come on past them. But right now, he's just doesn't have quite enough finish on him or condition. It's still a really nice class of Katahdin buck lambs. Congratulations.
Placing on the January Ram Lamb class for the Katahdins, first placed 5749, Aslan 116, Cody Aslan, Bowling Green, Missouri. Second to 5748, Rodman 2318, Tyler Rodman, Marshfield, Missouri. Third place to 5746, Bailey Brown, Knoxville, Tennessee. And four to 5747, Everett Sizemore, Putnam, Oklahoma.
Well, another really nice class. There's some in here that's got some pieces that are exceptional. I think when you come down to the total package, we come to this ewe pretty quick every time. She's not near the largest frame, but to me, she's adequate in frame. One that's got balance, one that's got the right kind of design and structure to her, the kind of width of skeleton, really pulled apart in her body and center rib. Got a nice wide hip in her, sound and functional on the move. She checks a lot of boxes as you go through there, and I think she just works her way to the front. Second, not quite as attractive. Up through the front end is the one that we use. Maybe not quite the pigmentation is the one we use when you look around the eyelids, but this one here is similar for his squareness of hip, big rib, able to walk off of either end really well. A nice ewe here in second. Third and fourth are really interesting sheep. I like their shoulder and front end. They're extra good in far as femininity, and look through that. They got enough loin in them. I think they're adequate right over the top of the rib if you want to package that. Both of these sheep concern me a little when you put them in motion. They like to walk up under themselves a little further than I'd like. They don't ever get their feet back and relaxed in their top and get their feet in the right position on the move. Both of these got pieces that are really, you can really admire, but that's a piece that bothers me and moves them down in third and fourth. We get into fifth. This one here is beginning to cover a little more than I'd like. She stands a little straighter through her hock, and she's got a little more condition than I'd prefer a breeding ewe at this age to have. But I do appreciate the big wide rib, the big top, the bone work underneath her. She's a stout one, but I'd like to make her just a little more feminine and clean her up a little in her condition. But a nice set. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Placing on the White Dorper Senior Yearling U class, first place goes to entry number 4720, OHRF 112, Briar Day, Marshfield, Missouri. Second, 4719, Day Livestock LLC, 933, Briar Day, Marshfield, Missouri. Third place to 4712, Caleb Welty, Evansville, Indiana. 4 to 4717, Caleb Welty. And 5 to 4715, Vivian M. Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina.
Here in the South Downside, our February ULAM class here. Again, a lot of differences to sort through in this deal, but I think some darn good ones here. That first one, probably a little too weathery for a lot of you, and maybe even for me. I think I'd like to give her just a little more shot of size here if you're going to get real critical. But boy, is she made extremely good. Just a super handling sheep, really, really wide and square edge like we've been talking about today. Just big in her hip and really smooth and big-footed. She trots around the ring free and easy. She's not the most jack-fronted in motion, but she certainly moves good in what she does with her feet. I think that's an awfully nice one there. If you want to put her down here in third, I think you can do that. I think she just has a lot of positives here in terms of dimension. Our second one, just as pretty as a picture from the side, really, really angular up through her front end, really, really good in terms of her foot and set her into motion, just really fresh and good in terms of where she puts her feet, in terms of her step. Handle that sheep. She's got some dimension to her, some rack shape to her, not as much as our first sheep, but that sheep I read to be a big yearling ewe come next year. And she gets the nod over that one in third, just right in behind her in that stifle shape. That three-quarter view is just a tick better than we have here in this third one. I think the third one, another really flat loin, big hip type of female that just runs the right way. She's, again, very good-footed, awesome headed female in terms of her breed character. Just gets a little flat and plain here in that three-quarter view. I'd like to just give her just a little more power right there in that center portion of her stifle, but really a nice female to come in third hole. Our fourth one comes to us, one that is dimensional in terms of over the top of her. Big wide rack in that female, big hip and big loin edge in that one. From the side, maybe doesn't balance in her flank quite as nice as a couple of them do. Maybe change her just in terms of her feature. She's not got as much leg wool, if you will, than a couple of them, but just an awfully nice female, just real fresh, good to the handle there. Just change her a bit or two, and we can get her a little higher here for us. From the outside, I love this female here, and when they get get that one propped up, I think $1 million lights out, and that one plays with your mind, no doubt. That one from out here looks like she goes all the way to the front, and I agree. I think that one is sound. I think she's big-barreled and big-bodied. You get your hands on her, she's just a little softer. She's carrying a little more condition, not quite as much dimension over her top, but really, really good in terms of her look. That's a nice set. Congratulations.
Results of Class 1 of our February ewe lambs. First place goes to entry 6961, Leininger 3034. Marie Claire Desroses, Fort Valley, Virginia. Second place to 6946, Forsey E 23139. Brindley Kretz, Kmar, Maryland. Third to 6960, Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana. 46945, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. And 5 to 6959, Cale Pollard, Leonard, Missouri.
Another strong class of Dorper ram lambs. We're going to start out with this ram, just the most complete ram out here. You put your hands on him. He's plenty thick enough over his top. He's got a great spring to his rib. He's one of the pounds heavier type rams in the class, a real production type animal. In second, we have a really nice profiling red ram. You handle him, he's smooth, he's correct. He just gives up some of the total production product of our top individual to place any higher, but still a really good functional type of ram. Young lady's ram here in third. A good solid ram, gives up some length of body of the top two animals. Maybe some extension through the front end, but still a solid ram packed with some product. Young lady here in fourth. Again, another really well balanced type of buck. Seems to be just a little bit greener in its condition than the ones above it. To place any higher, I think it's got a lot of growth potential left in it. Still, like I said, a good production producing type ram. Young lady here in fifth, a ram that seems to be one of the younger or greener type rams that was in the class, but still one of the nicer balanced bucks. If we could lengthen him out just a little bit over his loin, maybe stretch his neck out just a touch, he'd place maybe a little bit higher today. Thank you.
Well, another nice set of females in this class. Top pair kind of come to the front fairly quickly for me, and then it gets pretty close. You can talk a different part or piece and maybe swap these two, but I really like the complete package we have in our class winner. One that's a notch more feminine through the front, a little nicer in her design when you stand up to the front of her. One that's really good in her body shape, great rib shape, and wide and dimensional down her top. Walks with some width all the way to the ground, and big in her hip and stifle. A lot of power from behind, still really neat in the front. She's not dead level in her rump. If you want to be critical of a piece, you can watch her on the move, and the one in second is a little better in that regard for us, where that tail sets up and that pin set is on the move. But I think outside of that, she's got those other pieces we talked about. Nicer front, a little better through that center body. One that handles herself maybe just a little bit more attractive on her feet and legs. Second place, huge body, lots of capacity, big in her hip, level in her hip, and still with that kind of power. I like her at the top of the shoulder up through to the head. She's got the the right kind of design, and it comes out the right spot. A really nice ewe here. We talked about the parts that she needs to be maybe just a little better in as you compare it to the one that wins the class today. Our third place gives up too much to the top two for just dimension and power. I like the functional soundness of this sheep, and very, very feminine. You can see it's got enough body to her. She got enough width over the top of the hip and pin set. She's just not quite as dimensional as what we got up ahead to move up any further, but a very good one here that's maybe a little not quite as far along in a feed period as what we got up above in the class. Young man coming next has got one that's beginning to get a little bit softer than I'd prefer. I'd like to lean her up just a little bit. She's one that is very dimensional through the center of her body and still got some femininity out through the front. Not quite the muscle shape and not quite the balance and look at what we got just ahead of her in this class, but one that I think's got too much to her to leave her down any further but through the center of her body. Young man coming next has got one that's probably as fun to handle down the top. Really, really big in her top and shape and through her loin. Just not quite. If you get out here beside her and look at her compared to these others, she just doesn't quite have that center and lower third dimension of what we find in these others, but a good one here as well. Let's give all these young people a nice hand.
Placing on the White Dorper Junior Yearling U class, first to entry 4727 AH03, Hannah Hewitt, Forney, Texas. Second to 4724 S-Bar-T Livestock 1794 SP, Victoria Kovacs, Fulton, Ohio. Third place to 4726 Caleb Welty, Evansville, Indiana. 4 to 4729 Tyler Garrett, Glenwood, Indiana. And 5 to entry 4725, Jackson Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee. Placing on the February and later born Katahdin Ram Lambs, first place to entry number 5753, Salmon Run 813, Gabriella Raber, Sabatus, Maine. Second place to entry 5759, FRA 7679, Morgan Anderson, Centuria, Wisconsin. Third place to 5756, Alea Strasser, Crawfordsville, Indiana. 4 to 5760, Hannah Cargill, New Ipswich, New Hampshire. And 5th to 5757, Morgan Anderson, Centuria, Wisconsin.
I think here in our champion drive of Katahdin Ram Lambs, we had a pretty nice show over here. We had some really good animals I got to put my hands on. I was really impressed with that last class. Those young rams were really deep and really solid. So I'm gonna pull my champion out of the February class. I just really like that ram. I like his potential. He's got a lot of growth. I'm going to follow it up with the January ram. I just think his rib shape is tremendous, and I really like his type and kind. But congratulations to all you guys.
For the Katahdins, our champion goes to our February and later born Ram Lamb class winner, Salmon Run 813, Gabriella Raber, Sabatus, Maine. The reserve champion was our January Ram Lamb class winner, Aslan 116, Cody Aslan, Bowling Green, Missouri.
here on the downside of the ring here. Just a ripping group of February ewe lambs here. And again, I think you can do a couple different things here and be really happy. I like a lot of things about each and every one of them. Maybe there's not one that just jumps out and says, I have to win this real bad, but I think there's 5 really, really good ones here that you can win with and be very comfortable. I think the first one, just massive in terms of her dimension, massive in terms of her rib and cage and 3/4 view and stifle shape. I think we're pushing the envelope just a hair on maybe breed character. I wish we could just darken her nose ever so slightly. She's got some pigmentation on her nose, but one that runs uphill. I love that one's touch and handle and mass and volume to her, yet she's got some look about her. Set her into motion, takes a nice stride for us, really a nice shoulder cheek, and that's where, for me, she gets just over the edge of that second one. She's just a little better on the outer edge of her shoulder in motion. That second one gets just a little bit knobby and bolder for me on the outer edge of her shoulder. But you're going to have some of that when you're as wide and massive all the way back as she is. That one's big pinned and just super, again, in terms of her 3/4 view. Just not quite as fluid in her movement for me. I think a really nice sheep, though, in terms of just dimension and handle. Just an awfully good one there. Our third one, you win with that one if you want, and at times I was going to do that. That one gets a little bit shorter coupled. For me, takes just a little shorter stride than maybe those first two do, but boy, is she dimensional and really, really good in terms of her squareness. She gets just a little fuzz of breastplate there on us, but boy, just another really good one. I can win with that one really easily. I think 1, 2, or 3, you can interchange them really nicely. I think the next one in 4 is just lights out, really good looking. That sheep is just elevated and runs the right way. She's got quite a bit of dimension working down her top. She's so smooth and just balanced from the side. Just gives up some of that top shape and loin edge that we have in those couple ahead of her. But love her pin set, love her rack shape. Really a hard, nice, big rack shape in that sheep. I think that female reads to be the big yearling ewe next year and just stays as good as she is right here today. We work into 5 here, just another lights out good one here. This sheep just runs out of dimension again like we've been talking about, but she's super long. I love how long she is. I love how long fronted and goosey necked she is. Another one to read next year as a yearling ewe, I think going to be really competitive. Guys, great set of Februarys. Congratulations.
Results from Class 2 of our February ewe lambs for the Southdown Show. First place to 69.76, Ellerbrock, 8407, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois. Second, 6992, Oldenburg, 3017, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Third to 6993, Shaylee Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma. 4, 6995, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. And 5 to 6975, Lily Williamson, Elmwood, Indiana.
Well, this is one of the more competitive classes of the day. The top 5, 6, 7 deep, really some good white Dorpers in this class, and there's some give and take in this. This one, when it come in the ring, caught my attention. This is just good livestock on the move. When it come in the ring, it takes a really good step. It's very sound and functional on both ends, and it's got that kind of feminine look to the front, but you can see how it opens up in its center body. She's not necessarily handling with the most power in this class, but this is a breeding show, not a market show. She's got plenty of width over where it needs to be down the top and over the loin and hip. I think just really a hard one to get around when you consider all the pieces she offers to this breed. Second place, unbelievable top line and center body width, really powerful, and still comes together at the top of the shoulder nice. I like the way it's made up through that top of the shoulder. A little shorter, not quite as good in that rump as the one that we have winning the class today. Not quite the movement. When you put them on the move, she's good, but she's not as good as the one we got starting the class. But this is a good female here in second, really nice. Third place is an interesting sheep, kept growing on me the further we go. In the white Dorper breed, you go to looking for pieces and parts. This one belongs in the front end. I personally don't see quite the look through the top of the shoulder forward of what I have in these two other ones. And once again, it's a breeding show, not a market. But I still think we can get them a little too much condition at a young age, and she's pushing it a little bit for me. I think I'd like to see her just a little leaner at this age range. We get into fourth. Here's another really good one. Good hip, level, got a good body shape, long-bodied, smooth-shouldered sheep. Not quite as good in the angle that front shoulder as this next sheep or two up above. I'd like to see that angle in that neck come out just a little bit different. And when you get over the top of her, she doesn't handle with quite the width of the top of the class. That doesn't say she doesn't have width. She just got in some tough competition here today. Young lady coming next got one of the more attractive sheep out in the ring, really elevated in its kind, smooth-shouldered, but that elevation almost hurts it a little bit at some point because it doesn't quite have the third dimension to go with it, what we see up here in the front of the class, but very attractive one here in fifth. Really a good set, one of the deeper classes today. Let's give all these young people a nice hand.
Placing on the white Dorper early fall ewe lamb class. First place to 47.38, NK 22.83, Kinley Rathman, Slayton, Texas. Second place to entry 4739, NK Ranches Incorporated, 2280, William Deering, Frazeysburg, Ohio. Third place to entry number 4743, Briar Day, Marshfield, Missouri, 4 to 2433, Mace Lambert. 5 to entry number 4748, Hainsley Hatfield, Zanesville, Ohio.
tremendous set of Katahdin yearling ewes to sort through today. I elected to start the class with this really pretty profile and larger frame type of ewe. She has some elevation in her. She has some stretch. She has some some length of neck. When you handle her over her top, though, she is one of the thickest ewes in the class. She's massive over her top. She's clean through her shoulder, level out of her dock. Just a really good, well-balanced type of ewe. This ewe in second, I really appreciate her. If I could change her up on the profile, if I could just level that top off just a little bit, she handles level, just appears a little bit dipped there behind the shoulder. A ewe that I really do appreciate for her springer rib. She is one of the most massive ewes in the class again. If we could stretch her up through the front end maybe, make her just a tick more feminine up there, she might even slip on by the first place animal. This ewe here in third, again, a really well-balanced type of ewe, a ewe that gives up some of the overall thickness and natural muscling of our top two, but still a really good productive type ewe. It was a little difficult because there was quite a bit of difference in the stages of production of some of these sheep during the class, so I kind of tried to evaluate them at a base zero and negate things and pregnancies or how far along they were or if they're open. So it made some of the sheep look a little different in my mind as I did that. This young man's ewe here in fourth, the red ewe. She's also one of those level top ewes, real feminine about her front end, clean up through her chest floor. Just gives up some of the bone and width of the top animals to place any higher today. The gentleman's in fifth, again, another really pretty type of ewe. Maybe one of the more feminine in the class. Just didn't have enough to her today to place any higher, but still a real productive looking type ewe. Congratulations to all of you.
For our Katahdins in the yearling ewe class, the results are: first place, 57.79, Salmon Run 596, Gabriella Raber, Sabatus, Maine. Second place to 57.76, BMB 2219, S193, Alea Strasser, Crawfordsville, Indiana. Third to 57.72, 452, Bailey Brown, Knoxville, Tennessee. 4 to 57.80, STUK 713, Mason Fretchie, Ward, South Dakota. And 5 to 57.67, DJ Smith, Dave and Jane Smith, SCD 7627, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan In-Body, Bluffton, Ohio.
another really nice set in this class. Once again, the one I gravitate to to the end is the one up here at the front is just more complete. Really a nice sheep. Center body width, big top, still comes out of the top of the shoulders with the neck at the right place. Top of the shoulders are right. Got enough femininity to her look out the front. Really square and sound on her feet and legs. Not the biggest one in her structure, but I think more than adequate. I think this was a really nice female to start. Second, it gets close. This one here is the showy one of the bunch when you get out beside it. Really attractive, long neck, smooth shouldered, level hip sheep that got some body to it, got some femininity to its look. All those pieces make this a real interesting decision. When I get over the top of this sheep or behind compared to the one that I used to win, I just need a little more of it. When I get over the top of him to handle him, this first place sheep is just really massive up over the rib and loin. This one's good, but just not quite enough there to move up that one more spot. Third, not quite as good at the base of the shoulders, the two up ahead, but another one that's very similar for his muscle shape down the top and from behind. Gets around good on her feet and legs, got enough extension. This one kept working up. She didn't catch my eye at the start, but this one competes really well in the top three. I considered it in different holes before that, but this is a really nice sheep here in third. Fourth and fifth, neither one quite balance out on the side or have that front end look that we have in the first three, but they both have lots of body shape, lots of width down their top and hip, got good sound structure on the move. I like this fourth over fifth being just a little square going back at her pin set. Got a little bit better set to that hind leg at times. This fifth is one that's really big barrel, big top. Gets a little shorter sided compared to the one that I used just ahead of it. That doesn't concern me, but you can see it tapers a little bit going back into its pin set compared to the one that we have ahead. But a good set. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Placing on the white Dorper late fall ewe lamb class, first place to entry 4762, Lazy 5 Ranch 5971, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Second to 4763, Champaign 2260, Izzy Close, Sheridan, Indiana. Third to 4761, Vivian M. Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 4 to 4764, Taylor Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee. And 5 to 4756, Caleb Welty, Evansville, Indiana.
On the south down side here, another really, really good class of February ewe lambs. I think just a heater, really, in terms of all 5 of these, and a couple of them bring a little different stuff to the table here for us. I think the decision is between these two, and in motion, let's combine those ewes, but in motion, I think it's lights out with that one that wins. I think that one just trots around the ring like they're supposed to. She's proud, she's cocky-fronted, she holds her top line together, she holds her underline together, she holds her shoulder and her breastplate together, and then she's really, really stout in terms of her footwork. She's got this a little extra more out and up than we have in that second ewe. I think she holds herself together in her hip loin just a little neater in motion than we have in that second ewe. That second ewe, though, is super crisp and super fresh, big racked and big loined, and I love that about her. I don't think she's got as much depth and volume and cage maybe as that first ewe does, but really a neat female. They've got her fed extremely well. I like both those quite a bit. You could flop them and run away with that and be very comfortable. I think that's a darn good pair there. Our third one comes to us, and again, times I thought that one's going to win this deal. She just gets a little bit narrower constructed, and that's not saying she's narrow. I think she's got plenty of mass to her for what she is. That's going to be a big old yearling ewe come next year. I just don't think she's got as much crispness of edge that those first two do. I do like how long she is. I do like her underline. I do like her rear flank. I like her elevation. I love her head. I think really a tremendous breed character headed ewe type deal in that third ewe. Fourth ewe comes to us. She gets a little shorter coupled. I do like that female, though, in terms of her rib and her dimension. Big hip and pin set of that ewe. Very, very sound. Maybe gets just a little plainer than those 3 ahead of her, and just in terms of look and design. Really like that one from a dimensional standpoint. In 5, one that's super green and raw for this class. Would like to see a little more bark on her just in terms of handle and width and dimension, but another one that just trots around the ring like we like to see them. Super in her chest and shoulder. Got some elevation about her. Maybe she's getting just a fuzz dark for me. I'm not going to get, again, real critical on that, but she is an awfully nice female. That's a nice set again. Congratulations.
Really nice class of Katahdin ewes here. We're going to start with the combination ewe. She doesn't really stand out in any point. She's just really well balanced, really complete. A really nice feminine front ender, thick old top, a good spring to rib. Just a really good, well balanced type of ewe. The ewe that comes in second, a little bit longer in her side, a little bit shorter in her neck. She kind of pinches a little bit more than the ewe ahead of her over the pins, but still a really good functional type of ewe. The ewe in third, the red ewe, she has an exceptional rib shape to her. I really appreciate that about her. She's really feminine in her front third. I'd really just like to stretch her out a little bit, make her loin just a little bit longer to place any higher today. The young lady here in fourth, a real massive type of ewe, a long-bodied ewe, a ewe that does, again, she kind of tightens up in her pins. Not quite when she travels away. She kind of travels a little bit base narrow. Still a really nice functional ewe. The young gentleman here, a real massive, a power type of ewe, a ewe that if I could change her up, I'd elevate her from the chest floor, lengthen that neck out, make her just a little bit feminine on her front end, and she might place a little bit higher up today. Thank you.
Well, a great set of females in this group to choose our champion reserve from. I really have been back and forth down this line a time or two, and there's different parts and pieces you could lean to and go to any one of these class winners and justify it. I think in the end, like I say, I always try to get to that point where I get the one that I think is kind of got all the boxes checked if possible, and makes that female in a breeding program that meets the breed standards and qualifications and has that quality to it, both on the move as well as out here standing in the 4 corners. And these are really nice. And we start over here on my right with the younger that's really got some squareness, round-bodied, still got enough neck to balance out from the side. Of course, she's given up some to these next ones down the line, but she's one you got to give full consideration to. you get into the next one. This one here at times hits me hard as anything, far as from that hip forward. One that's big-bodied and really good fronted and got enough width of base and power. I'd like to change her just a little bit in her hip and where that dock sets just a little bit at times, especially on the move every once in a while. And when she tracks it fast enough, it doesn't show up, but that's a part that I'd like to change just a little. The young lady coming next is one we talked about, is hit me hard coming in the ring. One that's got lots of femininity to its look, but it's still bold in its rib, big in its hip, takes a great step off of both ends, is long pattern, and still balances out really well. Just a really functional sheep that's got enough power to go with it and enough femininity. She's the combination that is really hard to find, and so you got to consider her. You have to say, well, she's not quite as handling with quite the shape maybe or the muscle in her top. She's got the width, and then like I said earlier, she's plenty good enough there for me because she's just in that condition I like for this age sheep, and she's not going to have quite as much of that muscle as some maybe. The last class is one that's really big in her top, square in her hip, big in her rib, just not quite as good maybe right there in front of that breastplate if you're going to be really critical of a really good one. But this one here you got to consider with all the power that she has, and she still has enough femininity look to her front. I know that we're running a little long. I didn't want to take too much time talking them all, but this group deserves some discussion as to kind of what they are. Congratulate all these young people for a really nice set. We'll name you Champion Reserve.
Placing on Class 3 of the February ewe lambs for the Southdowns. First place goes to 6996 Longenecker, 2317 Brady Brant, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. Second place to 7013 Willoughby, 22090 Kendall Payton, Sheridan, Indiana. Third, 7007 George Brothers, 23030 Drew George, Niles, Michigan. 4, 7014 Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. And fifth place to entry 7029 Weber, 0302 Anna Weber, Harrodsburg, Kentucky.
Selection of your senior champion Katahdin ewes. I'm going to go ahead and use the fall ewe lamb for champion. Just a ewe that I think has a lot of potential, a lot of growth potential, a lot of production value in her. She's just a little bit thicker handling over the top. And then follow it up with the yearling ewe. I think that she's a pretty phenomenal beast in her own rights. Congratulations.
I went to the American Royal in 1973 in Kansas City. And one of the things I noticed was that they had a green wood chip. It wasn't a shaving, it was a green wood chip. So I came back and I spoke to Roy Gibson, who owned Feeder Supply Company, and I said, Roy, I would love to have a green shaving for our show rings at the North American.
do you think you can do anything about it? He said, well, let me look into it, and he did, and he is actually the one who perfected the green shaving for us, and of course they're used across the country now, and that's actually why we had them. But I saw it at the American Royal. I wanted to introduce it to North American. We've done it for 50 years. As a matter of fact, the manager of the World Ship Saddle Horse Show at the State Fair at that time knew what we were going to do, and he asked if we would give him permission to use it in August before we used it in November, and that was in 1974, and we did. And of course, you know, they use it today also, and that's how we ended up with them in Louisville.
Senior champion was out of the late fall ULAM class 4762, Lazy 5 Ranch 5971, Vivian M. Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. For our Katahdin show, our senior champion went to the first place fall ULAM CAG 5013, Taylor Rodman, Marshfield, Missouri. The reserve senior champion was the first place yearling U, Salmon Run 596, Gabriella Raber, Sabatus, Maine.
Here on the South Down side, a little smaller class as we round out the end of the February's here, but really another nice group to sort through. I think you get a pair on top that are just, again, just square in their edges for us. Of that pair, the one we get them into motion, I prefer her on her shoulder and what she does at the point of her shoulders, just a nickel better than that one in second. That one in second, they've got her presented extremely well, and she handles extremely good. She just wants to tuck her front into the ground. We put her into motion, but two real good-footed, good-headed ewes that I think follow in type and kind here for first and second. Our third place ewe, a real growthy, long-bodied ewe that has some shape about her. She's not quite as hard handling and touching as those first two ewes, but real dead level as she comes back in through her hip. Put that one in motion, and she tracks good. I read that one to be a big yearling ewe come next year as she continues to develop and mature here for us. Pair of different type ewes here in 4 and 5. I like a lot of things about that ewe in 4. I think she's one of the better shouldered and chest-floored one that we have in this class. She stamps her feet on all 4 corners like we like to see. She wants to break in her hip loin ever so slightly, and we put her into motion, and that gets just a little bit worse. But, boy, really a nice, fresh one here. Some length about her. I like that female quite a bit as well. We work into 5, just another big, bold female here. Again, a little bit piecier, doesn't balance from the side quite as nice as a couple of them do. Good class. Let's put our hands together. Congratulations.
Placing on the late class or 4th class of February ULAMs for the South Downs. First place goes to 7027, Kuhn Mills 2320, Ansley Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana. Second place to entry number 7036, Carson 2338, Katie Anderson, Atlanta, Indiana. Third to 7042, Garrison Reef, Manchester, Michigan. Fourth place to entry 7045, Parker McCrum, Volant, Pennsylvania. And 5 to entry number 7035, Kalen Smirchek, Richalt, Wisconsin.
With another nice class. I'm going to start off with the young lady's ULM that's just really nice for his balance and design, really good in her shoulder set in front, and still maintains some width from behind. Just an attractive one that I think structurally is a little better than the one coming next and has enough muscle as well. The one coming next is one that's I really like the big body and the big rib in this sheep, but and it's got a nice set to where the neck comes out high out of the shoulder. But I'd like to change it in its hip a little bit. It narrows up a little bit in its pin set. Doesn't stay as wide made back there at the dock and pins is what we have in the one that starts this class. Third place gives up a little bit of width and dimension through that center body to the one just ahead, but she still is one that you have to admire that piece in her. She's got some thickness and width of skeleton to her. Maybe not quite the look right up there to the base of the shoulder when you get out on the profile, but a long pattern, wide-made sheep here in third. In fourth and fifth, both of these are attractive fronted sheep that has some things you can appreciate quality-wise. Just needs to be more of them. They need to be pulled apart in the middle of their skeleton, give a little more width and dimension down their tops as you view those up ahead today. And the one coming fifth is one that breaks just a little bit, gets a little uneven in its top line as you compare it to the ones just above. But a good set. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Placing on the White Dorper January ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry number 4768, Lazy 5 Ranch, 5963, Vivian M. Stephenson, Mount Ulna, North Carolina. Second to 4767, S. Bar T Livestock, 1855 BK, Caleb Welty, Evansville, Indiana. Third to 4770, Taylor Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee. 4 to 4634, Bella Lazar, Adamsville, Ohio, and 5 to 4769 Sarah Lawrence, Spencer, Tennessee.
deep class, a January class of Katahdin ewes. We had a couple different types out there. I kind of picked one and tried to run with it. I like to start with a larger frame type, a longer sided type of ewe that's really well balanced, real level down her top, got a lot of extension through her front end, carries a lot of mass over her top, and a decent spring to her rib, stands down on some substantial bone. The young lady in second, she follows the type, a little bit shorter sided, gives up some of the profile that the first place animal has and some of the scale, but still a really good usable type of female. The young man in third has profiles the same as our first place animal, gives up some of the size and scale and some of the mass that we have in first, but still a really good, really fun to look at profile type ewe. The gentleman here in fourth, he kind of the outlier in the class. This ewe was good enough throughout the show that I couldn't not use her somewhere. She doesn't quite fit my pattern that I have in the other one. She's a little bit deeper sided, a little bit bolder sprung, a little bit shorter sided, but still such a really good female, real nice to handle, real good shape of the ribs. If I went with that type, she would have won the class probably. The young lady here in fifth, again, a nice profile on you, a long-sided you. She has some elevation up into the front end. If I could change her up a little bit, I might level her just a tick over her dock, but still a really good female. Congratulations.
Placing on the January ewe lamb class for the Katahdins, first place goes to entry 5812. Salmon run 749, Gabriella Raber, Sabatus, Maine. Second place to 5810, Dave and Jane Smith, SCD. 7880, Eva Beckner, Westfield, Indiana. Third to 5811, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. 4 to entry 5800, Cody Aslan, Bowling Green, Missouri. And 5 to 5807, Everett Sizemore, Putnam, Oklahoma.
Another nice set of females. I think the top pair go together as two that's got something to them when you get behind them, really got some femininity to the front ends. A nice pair here. It's a little bit of give and take. I like this one that wins for is one that's really exceptional for his smoothness in that shoulder, and they got that elevated look to that neck and front end while still maintaining some width when you get behind her and through her loin and down her top. She's not quite as good right through that forerib as this one coming second. I like the shape of this one coming behind the blades and the way it opens up and stays opened up down lower into that lower third of its rib. A little better than the one that wins the class. But when you get up in front of this one, you got just a little more out in front of that shoulder and that breastplate, not quite the look that we get in this first place sheep, and they're very comparable from there back for his width and dimension. So I'm going to go with one that's just a touch more attractive and feminine through that front today, but a nice pair on the top. Third gets a really powerful, wide-made, thick top, big hip, really blowed apart, moderate in its kind, in its framework. Just gets a little more shoulder when you see it out here moving around. I'd like to add a little femininity to this one. He's really stout made ewe lamb that just needs a little more look to that front third when you compare it to the top two today. Young lady coming next has got one that's got a little better front end than the one just ahead of her, but the rump kind of rolls just a little bit, and it affects the way it handles itself off his back legs. So I like the big rib and the power in the top, but I'd like to change that piece of the puzzle. Young lady coming next has got one of them. When I stand out here, is an attractive made sheep. When I get behind it, it just narrows up a little bit at the hock, doesn't stay with quite the width we have underneath from the ground up of what we got just above. But a good set all the way through. Let's give all these young people a nice hand.
Placing on the White Dorper February ewe lamb class, first place to entry number 4639, H Livestock 2314, Madison Henderson, Nowata, Oklahoma. Second place to entry 4775, LTM 423, Briar Day, Marshfield, Missouri. Third place to 4772, Caleb Welty, Evansville, Indiana. 4 to 4776, Caleb Welty, and 5 to 4778, Rylan Nix, Waynoka, Oklahoma.
I think a really good way to start our marches here in our south down side of the ring. Just another just whale of a set of females here to sort through, and we sent 5 or 6 of them that could have been standing right here too, back to the back, that I think are awfully good, that fit into this mix pretty nicely. I think for me the most unique one gets here on top, and unique in terms of her cage, in terms of her stifle shape and her hip and her pin. One that as massive as she is and rugged as she is, still has some look about her. Love what she does from her shoulder up to the point of her shoulders. Wedges the right way for us. Just a nice head about her. Set her into motion. Tracks really good. I think this an awfully nice female to win with. I think the second one closely follows her, just in a handle, dimensional shape standpoint. Put your hands on that one, just super wide all the way from rack, loin, back in through her hip and pin. Very, very fresh and good in terms of her movement. She's not as whistle-fronted maybe as this ewe that comes into third, and that's where I struggle with this placing. The ewe in third, beautiful fronted, really elegant and neat design about her. Just not maybe as much of her today compared to those first two, but really up on her toes, glides around the ring free and easy like we like to see them. I read that one to just continue to grow and continue to be as good as she is next year, and just in a bigger package. I think that's an awfully nice female. The fourth one comes to us. I love that sheep in terms of her handle. Again, talk about square edges and lots of shape and balance about a sheep. Where I get her in the 4 today, just off of the side of her, I think she cuts up into her rear flank just ever so slightly compared to her chest floor. But man, is she ripped up and got some shape about her. I like that one quite a bit. One that comes 5 gets a little finer in her features, but she kept creeping up on us here. Man, that thing handles like a dream. She is really, really big in her rack and loin and hip. Really nice in her underline and good in her shoulder. If we could just stouten her up just a nickel, we get her a little bit more in the mix here. But boy, you talk about a good set. Nice set of marches. Congratulations.
Real competitive February Katahdin show. We're going to start the class with the big outlined ewe again. I guess this is my type. This is the type and kind that I like. And this young lady keeps bringing them to me. Real level topped on her, good spring to her ribs, good extension up through her front end. A lot of production in that ewe. I can see her lambing for many years to come. This young man here in second, he has a really cool colored sheep, a really nice handling sheep, a sheep that when it comes out of the front end, just about as perfect as I've seen one today. You can handle her over the top. She gets thicker from the front to the back. She's got a really good pin set to her, a ewe that just gives up the added length and extension that we have in first place to go any higher. That being said, the young lady here in third has a little bit longer sided sheep, but than our first or our second place ewe, but but doesn't quite come out over the hooks and pins quite as wide as she does, and doesn't have quite the mass in the center section of the rib. It's still a really nice female. Down in our pair of fourth and fifth, we got 2 very similar type females. Real pretty in their design, real good in their rib shape. The fourth just a little bit tick better over her top than the 5th place one, but still 2 really good females you can be proud of. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of March ewe lambs for the South Downs. These are the early March ewe lambs for the South Downs. First place to 7071, A.J. Maddox. 2339, Ashland Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma. Second place to entry number 7077, Oldenburg. 3056, Wyatt Lang, Binger, Oklahoma. Third place to 7063, Peyton Howe, Danforth, Illinois. 4 to 7067, Caden Drew, Arcadia, Indiana, and 5 to 7047, Brienne, Carson, and Cole Cannettle, Downs, Illinois. Placing on the February ewe lamb class for the Katahdins, first to 5817, Salmon Run, 758, Gabriella Raber, Sabatus, Maine. Second to 5820, FRA 7706, Morgan Anderson, Centura, Wisconsin. Third to 5815, Bailey Brown, Knoxville, Tennessee. 4 to 5819, Mason Fritchie, Ward, South Dakota. And 5 to 5822, Mason Fritchie.
Here in our March ewe lambs in the Katahdin ring, we started out with a pair of real bold, big body type ewes. We started with the ewes that we used in first, real level down their top, real tight in their shoulder. A ewe that comes out of the shoulder to the proper angle, comes from the hooks to the pins wider than the second place animal. Just a real bold, big bold type of female. The ewe in second most closely or follows her. Gives up some of the smoothness over the top and the width of the pins, but still a really good bodied ewe. This young man in third, a real youthful appearing ewe, a ewe that's got a lot of time to grow, but a real complete type female. She's real smooth in her handle, real thick over her top. It's got a good center to her, good good extension up through the front end. I think as she grows, she'll just get better with days. This young lady in fourth, another really complete type female. There wasn't any holes in her. She just was giving up the total mass and volume of the ewes in front of her, but still a really usable type of female. Congratulations.
Placing on the March and later born ewe lamb class for the Katahdin Show, first place goes to entry 5824. 551 Bailey Brown, Knoxville, Tennessee. Second place to 5827 BAO DD 508 Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan in Body Bluffton, Ohio. Third place to 5825 Morgan Anderson, Centuria, Wisconsin, and 5826 Lily Fritchie, Ward, South Dakota.
Well, another nice set of females, a fun class here. A close pair on the top end. This second place just kept working up for me. This one's really fun to handle when you get over the top and analyze kind of the way its blades lay and the length of neck and all. I just kept moving this one up. This is a good sheep, and so we got a first place ewe lamb that's just a little bit more to her. She's got a little bolder and a little deeper through her rear flank, a little bolder through her rib. Got a good length at the top and really strong lines. Got some width from behind. Just a nice one. She may be giving up a little bit to the second, as far as that front end maybe be just a little bit heavier than the one coming in second. But that's about the only place that we could really justify moving these two around. Second place, as I said, great handle, great hip, got some shape from behind. I like to make it just a little different up through the front. The neck likes to come out just a little bit lower than I'd prefer, but this is a really nice female that's got some balance and some muscle, a nice one here. Third place, not quite as good as these top two in the shoulder set and the base of the shoulder. Gets just a little bit coarser than the two up ahead, but this one's really pulled apart. Big rib, big top, big hip. This one here's a power ewe that just needs to be a little more feminine up through the front end as I compare to the top two in the class. Fourth place, one that structurally I'd like to change a little, gets a little heavier out in that breastplate, not quite as good going out to the dock, but you take those two things out of the picture. This one here is big bodied, big top, got a lot of good in her. I like the quality she offers. Those two pieces kind of hold her back in this class. And we conclude the top five with one that's just a nice ewe lamb that's got some quality to her, that's got some lines from the side. When you get over behind her, she just needs a little more to her through the center of her skeleton to play with this top end. But a nice set. Let's give all these young people a nice hand.
Placing on the White Dorper March ewe lamb class, first place to 4660, NK 2317, Kinley Rathman, Slayton, Texas. Second place to 4785, AH 36, Hannah Hewitt, Forney, Texas. Third to 4788, Caleb Welty, Evansville, Indiana. 4 to 4783, Caleb Welty. And 5 to 4784, Vivian M. Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina.
Here in our junior champion drive, we had a really nice show today with the Katahdins. A lot of really complete critters to handle. Some things I kind of appreciate the breed just a little bit more than I did when I walked in earlier today. So congratulations to the contestants on bringing some good ones. Today I'm going to use the January ewe for champion. I just really like her type and kind. I think she's really cool in her look and her design. I think I'm going to follow it up with the second place for reserve. I think she just kind of follows that same pattern and has a lot of future ahead of her. Congratulations.
For our Katahdin show, our junior champion goes to our first place January ewe lamb, Salmon Run 749, Gabriella Raber of Sabatus, Maine. Reserve junior champion was second in that January ewe lamb class, Dave and Jane Smith. SD 7880, Eva Beckner, Westfield, Indiana.
Southdown March ewe lamb here, and I think again just really deep in quality. A lot of differences here, especially in my favorite 3, 4, or 5 of them, and then we'll talk about those. I got one that I think's the best bodied one that I would change her head just a nickel here and there. I think your combination sheep for me of just look and just touch and squareness in terms of her edges, and then breed type, I think that one falls in here. And this is what, I don't know who bought that sheep or who sold that sheep in that sale yesterday, but that's what this is all about, to share the genetics that are this good to come into the junior show and be in the top 5. That's an awfully nice female, so kudos to whoever owns her now or whoever bought her. But nice ewe lamb, just really complete, really good moving, good handling sheep. I think this is an awfully neat one there to win with. Some give or take in the next 2. I think the next one is just a little bit better about her head in terms of her breed character. I think it's a big-time female. She doesn't handle with as much hardness as either one of these ewes on either side of her, but I think that female is really good. I think she's made good in terms of her design. I think she tracks good when we put her into motion. She's got some added length about her, which I love. I love how long hip she is. That female holds herself together in motion extremely well. She's, again, not as crisp and fresh. I read that one to be a big girl in ewe, though, next year. We're going to leave her in that second hole today. The third one for me, one of the better bodied ones here in this entire deal, and one that you just handle and watch that one move, and just what she does with her cage and her shoulder and her chest floor, just dead level, big pinned. I change her about her head. She's just pushing the envelope for me just in color, and maybe if you give her some wool, maybe that might fix that. But I think that's an awfully nice female in terms of body, in terms of shape. The young ladies have 1 and 4 here, just as pretty as a picture, and at times I said, let's win with that one. I think she's got so many good parts and pieces, beautiful headed in terms of her breed character, really dead level, big-footed, and tracks around the ring free and easy. She doesn't balance from the side quite as neatly as those first 3 do. She gets a little bit lower in her breastplate, a little bit knobbier in her shoulder as she comes back in relation to that rear flank. But girls, high presentation there, great female there in 4. Young ladies in 5 come with a real thick one, one that's just massive in terms of her shape. She also carries some of that mass into her shoulder and her breast there for us. I'd like to clean that up if we could ever so slightly, but really good from the side in terms of her underline, really good in terms of her touch. Lots of stifle shape about that one. I think that's an awfully neat one. I left this one in 6 on the profile here. A little different speed, maybe a little quicker maturing, a little more weathery, if you will, but great touching sheep, good-footed sheep. Just like to stretch that one out just a nickel. Good class, guys. Nice set of marches. Congratulations.
In our selection for Grand Champion Catania, again, I'm just really happy to be able to sort these sheep today. I think I had a bunch of good ones to play with and move around and sort through. But I'm kind of stuck in a rut here with these junior champion and reserves for my grand and reserve. I just really like the way that they're put together. I'm going to use the 2 young girls for grand overall and reserve grand.
For the Katahdin show, our grand champion, U, goes to our junior champion out of the January U Lamb class, Salmon Run 749, Gabriella Raber, Sabatus, Maine. The reserve grand champion, U, was our reserve junior champion, U, second in that January U Lamb class, Dave and Jane Smith, SCD 7880. Eva Beckner, Westfield, Indiana. That does conclude our Katahdin show. We want to thank our judge, Jason Haig, who's been working in Ring 1 for the last 2 days. Placing on the Dorper class, white Dorper class of pair U Lambs, first to 4791, Vivian M. Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina. Second to 4792, Briar Day, Marshfield, Missouri. Third to 4794, Caleb Welty, Evansville, Indiana. 4 to 4793, Rylan Nix, Wyoka, Oklahoma. And 5 to 4792, Jess Vaught, Auburton, Tennessee. Placing on the second class of March U Lambs for the South Downs. First place to entry 7080, True 23254, Addison True, Ochi, Tennessee. Second place 7085, Ryan 2352, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois. Third to 7088, Braden Wolf, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. 4 to entry number 7083, Kate Bowers, Troy, Ohio. And 5 to entry number 7078, Breland Slack, North Manchester, Indiana.
We're getting close to wrapping up the White Dorpers, and it's been a really nice show. And this champion drive here is no different than what we've seen earlier. Each one of the class winners really good. They got some balance and good feet and legs and got some muscle and power and still got some femininity to the front. There's some variations in that, and that's what makes this the sort at this point. I think when I look out here, I see 2 that are kind of similar on either end with a little more maybe fore-rib mass, but maybe not quite the front end look. One in the middle is the different sheep in the group that's really, really attractive, made fronted. Does it have enough fore-rib? I'll admit that I wish it was a little more, but I do really appreciate what it has from that last rib back and the way it's made up through that front end. And the fore-rib is good. It's just not as good as those on either side of her today. But that's some of the pieces I'm going to be looking at. But give all this group out here a nice hand for a really good set of White Dorpers.
In our White Dorper show, our junior champion ewe goes to first place February ewe lamb 4639. H Livestock 2314. Madison Henderson, Nowata, Oklahoma. The reserve junior champion was first place January ewe lamb 4768. Lazy 5 Ranch 5963. Vivian M. Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion.
Last individual class here for our South Downs and these marches. And again, just very high quality. There wasn't quite as many in this drive, but I think, again, just super set of sheep here. Got a couple of baby ewe lambs up here that just look like marches. They've got some design up through their front end. I think all 5 of these are just fitting for this drive and this division. I think that first one just wins by a couple of clicks. That design of that one is incredible. That sheep runs the right way and wedges at the point of her shoulders extremely good. A lot of width and dimension and yet some look and some design about her. I love what she does with her shoulder and motion, and just a great footed sheep. Again, like we've been talking about all day, just square edged and big hipped. I think that's an awfully neat one there to win with. Our second one looks a lot like her, maybe not quite as neat in terms of her shoulder and chest floor, but she's right in there in terms of her handle, in terms of her dimension. Really big square edge in that one as well. I think just an awfully good one to follow in second with. Third, fourth, and fifth, some give or take. I like to maybe clean the shoulder up in this third one, just a nickel if we could. But after that, that sheep's pretty darn good. That sheep is extremely wide and massive in terms of her top shape, her hip shape, and her pin shape. Another good-footed one with a nice head about her. Just clean that up just a nickel to have a little more of a case in this marsh class here. We'll leave her in that third hole today. Real neat one here that runs uphill for us in 4. I think we just run out of sheep here. That sheep just needs more time to develop and mature to get ahead of those. But another good-footed one that's got a lot of angle about her. I dig that one quite a bit. And then our fifth one comes to us, just a real young, youthful-looking ewe lamb with a great stretch and look about her. I love her head. I love her feet and legs underneath her. You keep feeding that one, young lady, you're going to have a darn nice one as you continue on. That's a nice set, guys. Congratulations.
As we select our champion, White Dorper ewe here today, I want to tell you it's been an honor and a privilege for me. I've enjoyed the day, and as you know, I've told the Dorper people earlier, and I know you know this because you guys show enough to know there's just a lot of opinion on these pieces of the puzzle that can be a difference in winning a class and being down significantly in the class. And so that there's nothing wrong with that. It keeps the industry moving and looking at all the pieces and making decisions that makes what we got out here in front of us better every year. And so I hope I describe the sheep the way they are, and that you understand, at least in my opinion, why they're sitting in the line where they are today. Quality's really, really good in the group we have out here. If you look at the older two, we got two that I really appreciated in their classes and in that drive. The one that wins, there's some pieces of this one that I think are just exceptional. I just really think this is a good female. She's got the feminine look. She's got enough body to her. She's really sound on her feet and legs. When she come in the ring, she caught my attention immediately as one that you'd like to watch move around in the pen at home, and I like that. And she's got enough rib width to her and a wide top to her. She's not quite as fresh to the touch. Some judges might, in a breeding show, ask that she be a little fresher in her top line, but I find that loin edge where it needs to be. I find the rib out where it needs to be. I think this is a really good one winning that division. Reserve in there similar for his rib width and power, just maybe not that extension we find in this sheep that we start the class with, or this breed, this drive with, but one that I really think is got balance. So when you get out beside it, really good in its top line, got a good muscle shape, a little fresher than the one that I used to the touch, but I just don't find it quite being the full volume and dimension that we have in this class, in this division winner. We get in the younger group, we got two we just talked about, and it's hard for me because I really like one to have that four-rib right, and this one here is close, but we mentioned it in the deal that I'd like to see it just a little bolder there. When you get that, it's hard to get that kind of front end. That kind of front end is exceptional, really good shoulder set, very feminine in its appearance, good in its neck, great down its top, handles itself good on its feet and legs. Too many good things to let this one slide very far, just because you want a little more boldness to that four-rib. A good sheep here. So, we're reserving that division one that's really squared out with some power. Not quite the front end, obviously, is what we got winning it. That's the way I see them today. Good luck tomorrow and throughout the year. It's been a pleasure of mine. Let's give all these young people a nice hand. We'll name you Champion Reserve.
For our White Dorper show, our grand champion ewe goes to our senior champion out of the early fall ewe lamb class, entry 4738, NK 2283, Kinley Rathman, Slayton, Texas. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion from the February ewe lamb class, entry 4639, H Livestock 2314, Madison Henderson, Nowata, Oklahoma. Placing on the third class of March ewe lambs for the South Downs, first to 7095, Oldenburg 3157, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Second place to 7105, SM Maddox 2350, Shaley Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma. Third place to 7096, Brindley Kritz, Kmar, Maryland. 4 to 7101, Kaylin Smirchek, Richelt, Wisconsin. 5 to 7105, Isabella Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. Now ready for White Dorper Flock class. White Dorper Flock.
I went to the American Royal in 1973.
Well, Southdown exhibitors and breeders, we could stand here and do this all day and just analyze this group of females. Super impressed. Let's give everybody a big round of applause here that are involved with these junior ewe lambs. I tell you, been my absolute pleasure to sort through them. And again, if we don't see eye to eye exactly, I think that this breed is so deep in quality that you could pick any of these females for champion or reserve that are standing right here and just be awfully happy with it. There's a bunch of them that didn't get to stand here that I think are extremely good. And there's some differences in them. There's differences in their top shape. There's differences in their maturity. There's differences in how we're feeding them and in what we're doing with them. Some of them are maybe caking on just a little more fat and filling in some holes. Some of them have some true expression in their top and some rack shape about them. And boy, I tell you, this whole lineup here of these firsts, I am just extremely happy with. I think that's just a darn good group, and those seconds are darn good too. I've got two that I'm going to keep that are kind of alike in their type and kind. I mentioned one earlier being maybe just a little unique. I'm going to follow up with one that I think just is just wicked in terms of her dimension and her handle. I'll go show you both of these, extremely good in their breed type as well. We got a couple that are floating in here that are maybe pushing that just a nickel. I think both of these are extremely good. I'll go show you both those how I like them, guys. One more big round of applause for your junior champion in reserve.
Our junior champion for the Southdown Show goes to the first place animal in the first March ewe lamb class, 7071. AJ Maddox 2339, Ashland Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma. The reserve junior champion was the first place animal in the third class of January ewe lambs, entry 6907, Beckmeyer Brothers 2321. Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. Now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion ram, placing on the white Dorper class of First place goes to Caleb Welty of Evansville, Indiana. Second to Vivian M. Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Third to Briar Day, Marshfield, Missouri. 4 to Jackson Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee, and 5 to Abigail Hauser, Pikeville, Tennessee. That does conclude our White Dorper show. Ready to move in to our Suffolk show, and we need fitted senior ram lambs. Fitted senior ram lambs for our Suffolk show.
Well, one more big round of applause here as we pick our champion in reserve here for our Southdown Junior Show. I, again, just can't say enough about the quality, and been my pleasure to be here with you today, and hopefully we move through them at a nice speed, and by golly, we saw a lot of really, really good ones here. Guys, we're going to keep them two big yearling ewes together here today. That's a ripping pair of females, taking nothing away from those juniors. I think that just a tremendous set of sheep here for the Southdown breed. Congratulations and kudos. A great, great day.
For our for the Southdown show, our champion overall ewe went to our senior champion ewe, entry 6771 out of the early yearling ewe class, George Brothers 22004 Karen, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. The reserve grand champion was our reserve senior champion out of the late yearling ewe class, entry 6712 Oldenburg 2143 Carson Canettle, Danvers, Illinois.
Well, good evening. I look forward to working with the Suffolk exhibitors and evaluating these livestock this evening. And we start off with the senior fall buck lamb, ram lamb that's really got some things you can appreciate. It's really strong down his top line, got a loin edge that stays out so with some width and depth to it, level and square going out into the hip, got adequate bone work underneath, one that's obviously really elevated in his kind and extended. I'd like to see maybe just a little different angle to that shoulder where he'd step off a little bit easier off that front end on the move, but a nice ram to start the show with. Let's give this exhibitor a nice hand.
Placing results for the Suffolk Junior Sheep Show. Fitted senior ram lambs, first place, the entry 7140. 4 J's and 9T 2215. Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Now ready in the ring for our next class of rams, early fitted ram lambs. Early ram lambs fitted.
Well, on the south down side of the ring, we move into our market lamb division here of the end of the breeding show, and that's a new addition here for this side of the ring. I think an awfully good group here in these top 5, and we get a few other ones that followed in there that maybe getting just a little bit U-y in terms of their handle, getting a little bit more cover over their ribs and not as fresh and crisp as maybe a couple of these are. I think you get the pair on top, and those are the shapely ones here in terms of weathers. Those are the ones that are the crisp ones in terms of their finish over their ribs. Really big loin edges in these guys and big hips. I think what separates them for me, just that pin width of that first one is tremendous. That 3/4 view and that stifle shape is just a little bit lower and bigger there in that one. Both of them big-footed, good looking enough from the side, and just a nice pair there that we can stick together. The ewe lamb that comes to us in third, just as pretty as a picture, that you can't paint one any neater in terms of look and design. She maybe is not quite as edgy as those first two, but really, really pushes them hard. There's just not as much of her in terms of her top shape, in terms of her dimension, but boy, is she sound and good-headed. I think that's an awfully nice female to follow in those two weathers. The next one comes to us, a ewe lamb again that just runs out of dimension compared to those 3 ahead of her, but sound and good-looking. One that ties in her shoulder and chest really, really good. She's got a big hip and pin set in her, and they've got her fed extremely good. Again, we just run out of sheep in that one to get ahead of those first ones ahead of her. The next one comes to us, Again, really round in terms of her makeup. A lot of shape in that one. Getting just a little bit U-y in terms of her handle over her ribs. Just getting a little bit cushiony there in terms of that crisp, fresh edge that we're looking for. But nice headed, nice set as we round up that first class of market lambs. Congratulations.
Well, this is an interesting Suffolk Ram class here. A lot of quality, and there's some differences in the group, and you could rotate these all the way around depending on the piece you want to emphasize. Personally, I really like knowing what this breed was developed for originally, and it's a meat breed. I've seen some sheep throughout the years, the Suffolk sheep, that with the real muscle carcass qualities and power, and part of the process to get there is you have to be three-dimensional in your way you're designed and put together. And I recognize the sheep that I start this class with may not have exactly the same lines as one or two others in this group, but he's the biggest rib, the widest made through the center of his skeleton, and still has a tall front end to him. He's big bone. He's got a good Suffolk head to him and Suffolk features. I'd like to level him up just a little bit down his top, especially going into his hip on the move. At times it looks like it doesn't quite square up or level up quite as well as one or two others, and he doesn't have that front look that we have down the class as well. But I know what he has for me is that center third, that third dimension, and I appreciate that. Our second place sheep gives up a little bit of size and not quite the total dimension of what we have and volume that we have in our class winner, but I like his lines, and I like his balance, I like his bone work underneath him, his stoutness. He's not quite as good in his head look to me as what I got ahead of him for the Suffolk breed, but he's close enough for me to move up here in this second. Third was a challenge for me. This one's the one you could run to the front because you can talk about the lines and the tall front and the neck coming out the top of his blades and the squareness on his feet and legs. He's got a lot of things you can really get behind and support. When you get right over the top or beside him, this sheep just gets a little too tight for me in his center body. He needs to have a little more width through that center dimension to that rib and body and flank to have enough dimension to me when you get down the top of him. But I appreciate him from the profile. He's a nice sheep. Let's give these exhibitors a nice hand.
Placing on the fitted early Ram Lamb class for the Suffolk show, first place goes to 7142 Burke 23-13 Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Second place to 7141 D Henderson 2313 Brady Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana. Third place to 7143 Savannah Bailey, Costco, Wisconsin. Placing on the Southdown class of market lambs. These are the lightweight, 104 to 139 pounds. First place to 7123, 123-pound lamb, Maddox 162, Shaley Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma. Second to 7127, 130-pound lamb, Pablo Sophie Tressler, Rushville, Indiana. Third to 7118, 104-pound lamb, 2315, Cadence Minor, Lincoln, California. 4 to 7125, 107, Spot, Anna Grace Growth, Lexington, Kentucky. And 5 to 7138, 134-pound lamb, Fowler, 2258, Ephraim Fowler, Salesville, Ohio. Now showing our second class of those market lambs, we will bring in that top 5 of each class to determine the overall top 5 in the market lamb show.
I think a really nice class here in these heavyweights for our second class of market lambs. You get a pair on top, and even throw that third one in there just because he's so ultra attractive from the side. I think both of those in 1 and 2 are again, the square-edged ones, big hip, big top shape in both of those, and just, again, just super rugged in terms of their bone and their stature. That first one's just a little fresher for us today. Just a neat angle about the front end of him. Comes at the point of his shoulders, extremely good. Really a fresh touch to him when you get into his loin and rack and back in through his hip. Transitions extremely good as he runs from front to rear, and just a another good-footed one. He sets him into motion, and he just runs the right way the whole time. You certainly like about that. You like that about him. I think this is an awfully neat one, young lady. Congratulations. The next one, I dig just the ruggedness and squareness and forerib of this sheep. He gets a little softer compared to this class winner in terms of freshness for us, but a lot of dimension in that sheep. I think those have to stay together. I think they're really nice in 1 and 2. Like I said, ultra attractive one that comes to the profile here in third. Young man's done a great job of presenting that one and getting him ready. He's got some angle and some look about him. I dig that one just in terms of profile and stance. We get our hands on him. There's just not as much of him as there are those first two. Maybe gets just a little bit knobby there in his breastplate to be real critical. But boy, super designed one. That young man does a great job of propping him up for us. The next couple here kind of run out of balance and shape for us. Really a good class, though, all the way through. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Placing on the Southdown Market Lambs Class 2, these lambs weigh between 152 and 173. First place to 7136, 173-pound lamb, 1953, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana. Second place, 7131, 166-pound lamb, Maui, Nora Jackson, Denison, Ohio. Third to 7126, 158-pound lamb, Forsey, KY 472-08431, Levi Argebright, Brandenburg, Kentucky. 4 to entry 7128, that lamb weighing 152, Kenzie Menon, Walton, Indiana. And 5 to 7115, 154-pound lamb, Royal, Lillian Shutt, Belden, Michigan. Now showing for overall top 5.
Well, this Suffolk Ram class, another really high-quality class. It's got some differences you can see from the sideline. Once again, I'm going to use the sheep that I appreciate. He gets uphill. He's got some rib shape to him. He's got some width down his top and loin. He's got adequate bone work underneath him. He's got a lot of those important things checked for me, and I like his Suffolk head and his breed character that he shows. I'd like to see him, he gets a little charge on the walk, likes to get his top up a little bit. But once he stops, he levels out good. He could be a little wider or square at the hock at times, but this is a nice one to start with. Second, that gives up that width through that center body. He doesn't have that width through that center rib of what we have in our class winner. Is level made sheep that's got some squareness on his feet and legs, and I appreciate this leg structure over the sheep coming next. Sheep coming next is similar in body shape and width. Both of these I'd like to see just a little more to compete with the one we start the class with. But this one here gets a little off on his back legs for me. I'd like to see him move them up square underneath him and get a little more truer through the hock. But a nice set here. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Over on the Southdown side of the ring here, this is quite a view here with these 10 lambs at this kind of an angle. I kind of like that for our inaugural Southdown weather show on this side of the ring. Let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause. That's 10 really nice ones here that come out for us, and very shapely and very neat design. They look like Southdowns. We'll go out and pick our top 5. I think there's one that kind of wins kind of handily, and then it gets a little closer for reserve, and we'll continue to pick those. Let's give them again a big round of applause. I'll show you champion reserve and top 5.
We had a really nice set of Suffolk show up here, Suffolk Rams Lamb class. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand. Good job. I think, as I mentioned, some of the things that's important to me, I think the top three are the class winners here that we're sorting from. Each have some rib shape. I think the two on this end closest to me have a little better, do a little better job of that through that center and lower part of the rib. And I appreciate that. It gives them that dimension that we need to have that little wider top and thickness and still be able to be productive in our look with some growth and elevated front and those things that we need. It gets close, in my opinion. I think as we talk about the first one up here, one that I think we talked about him being just a little bit different in the slope of his shoulder. I'd like to see him be able to move off that front end just a little better as I compare him to these. And he's giving up a little bit of that rib width, but he's really stout down his top line. A lot of quality in this one. I think when it comes to fitting me, these two here in the last two classes get closer with that kind of body shape they have. And it gets really close because I find one here in this middle class that has really a good square set to those hind legs, and I appreciate that. But he might not be quite as level in it going out to his dock. And the one that I appreciate the body shape more than any of them is this youngest sheep that we got out here. I'd like to see him a little bolder, a little wider at the base, a little bit going away from me, and that's the give and take we have. But today, we're going to use this last one to win. As we bring our second in, we still have a sheep with quality and good lines, good bone work underneath this one as well. I think once again, when you look at the center body in that third dimension, the one that was a close contest earlier, I think we have to go to this one for our reserve. Let's give all these exhibitors one more nice hand.
Southdown Market Lamb results. First place and champion goes to our class winner out of the heavyweights, 7-1-36, a lamb weighing 173 pounds, 1953 Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana. Reserve in second place to 7-1-23, 123-pound lamb, Maddox, 162, Shaylee Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma. Third place to entry number 7127 from the lightweight class. Second place there was a 130-pound lamb, Pablo, Sophie Tressler, Rushville, Indiana. Fourth from the heavyweight class, 7-1-31, 166-pound lamb, Maui, Nora Jackson, Denison, Ohio. And fifth from the heavyweight class was 7-1-26, 158-pound lamb, Forsey, KY 4720841, Levi Argebright, Brandenburg, Kentucky. That does conclude our Southdown show. Our judge down there today has been Evan Snyder. Placing on the Suffolk fitted late ram lamb class, first place goes to entry number 7145, Burke 2355, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Second place to Van Grow Livestock 2302, Austin and Felicity Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Third to 7144, Cooper O'Keefe, Marlborough, Connecticut. Whenever we selected our champion and reserve champion fitted ram, champion went to our first place in the fitted late ram lamb class, Burke 23-55, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Reserve champion fitted went to our fitted early ram lamb, Burke 2313, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. We also would like to announce our Southdown Pot of Gold Futurity Yearling Ewes. 10th place, Carson Lobdell. 9, Matty Hogger. 8, Lucas Wilson. 7, Wyatt Wiersbicki. 6, Jude Parker. 5, Katie Anderson. 4, Olivia Porter. 3, John Crowder. 2, Alexis Cook. And our winner, Carson Knettel, with Oldenburg 2143. For the early fall ewe lamb futurity, 9th place, Abby Brown. 8, Abigail Cantrell. 7, Trinity Young. 6, Ava Vale. 5, Kinley Daniels. 4th, Evelyn Ream. 3rd, Maddie Hogger. 2nd, Drew George. And our winner, Hope Barker, KDK 2266. In the late fall ewes, 5th place went to Abigail Cottrell. 4, Carly Buchanan. 3rd, Evelyn Ream. 2nd, Wyatt Wiersbicki. And our winner, Landry Krieger of Washington, Indiana, with KDK 2261. In the January class, 9, Trinity Young. 8, Karen Black. 7, Ava Veal. 6, Lucas Wilson. 5, John Crowder. 4, Braxton Sedgwick. 3, Wyatt Wiersbicki. 2nd, Caleb Formo. 1st, Henry Nielsen with Beckmeyer 2322. February went to 6, Karen Black. 5, Maddie Hogger. 4, Hope Barker. 3, Brooke Young. 2, Allie Brennan. And 1st, Katie Drum with 4CE 23138. In the March ewe lamb, our winner was Brooke Young, Northern Star Livestock Services 23061. Overall ewe lamb winner of the traveling trophy is Henry Nielsen. Market lamb futurity, 5, Lucas Wilson. 4, Allie Casher. 3, Lily Williamson. 2, Lillian Shutt. And our winner, Nora Jackson with Liggett Livestock 2109. In our Suffolk show, we are missing an exhibitor right now. We need to get that in there. These are Slickshorn Senior Ram Lambs. Slickshorn Senior Ram Lambs. We need that one exhibitor that's missing.
this first slick sheared class lambs, I think the class winner runs to the front pretty quick. He's one that you can really like for his being up fronted, really neat in his front end design, and one that's level in his lines, got enough bone work underneath him. His breed character is good when you analyze him on his head and legs, and one that's really got the kind of power you like down the top of one. He's big in his rib and got a really nice shape up over the top of the rib and loin. A nice ram to start the class with. Second place is one that's really smooth-shouldered, takes a good picture through that front end, one that's level in his lines and got good bone work underneath him. Just a little tighter rib, not quite as opened up through the center body, and a little bit narrower right there at the dock at that pin set than what we got in the ram just ahead of him today. But I like the look up the front, high-quality sheep. Just need those pieces to compete with the class winner. Third, this is a close pair. This one here you could justify moving up a notch just on width at the dock and the power. He gets a little coarser out through his front end, a little shorter fronted, not quite as balanced when you get out beside him, but a nice power sheep here in third. Let's give these exhibitors a nice hand.
Placing on the Suffolk Slickshorn Senior Ram Lamb Class, first place to entry 7153, Macaulay 5945, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Second place to 7150, Alpha Omega Genetics 2209, Sydney McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio. And third to entry 7152, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina.
Well, this is a really interesting class. There's a lot of them that's very, very close as far as quality, and they're a little bit different in their traits, and it was a challenging class to kind of sort down. I'm going to start with the young lady's ram that I think is the most complete package for its structure, one that handles with a good bit of muscle shape down its top, got enough width through the center of its body, one that's attractive in its front end, walks sound on its feet and legs, does a lot of things right. I'd like to see a little more breed character in this one. He doesn't quite have the head and the legs I'd like to see, so it's a give and take. Second place also has just a little bit more on his head than I'd like, but he's one that's really big in his rib, but he doesn't quite have the pattern through the front end. He gets a little heavier at the base of the shoulder, not quite as good at the base of the shoulder as the one that I used to win today. They're very similar for his hind saddle power, and so it gets really close. I'm going to use the one that's a little more attractive up in the front. We got one in third that's a long pattern sheep that's attractive to look at. I like the ribs and right behind the blades in this one better than anything in the class. Really a nice sheep from that last rib forward. The loin edge kind of has sets down a little bit on each side. Doesn't have the loin that we have in these others. And even though it's tolerable for me, I'd like to see a little lighter pelted in this breed as well. It got just enough color in the pelt I would prefer to see it a little lighter at this point. As I get down the line, there's a lot of quality all the way through. There's not really a line where it's an easy, this group's on top. Some of them it was a loin edge, some of them it was the finest of bone. Just different pieces. I felt like these were the most high quality sheep in the class. But let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Placing on the Slickshorn Early Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 71560702, Autumn Emily and Oliver Long, Frankfort, Indiana. Second place to entry number 7160, Weigard 2304, Matt Weigard, Evansville, Illinois. Third place to 7162, Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. Fourth place to 7154, Marissa Lovelace, Ellsbury, Missouri. 5 to 7155, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania.
Well, nice class. This one lined up really well for me. I think the class winner is one that jumps to the front pretty quick, one that's really nice in his front end, big in his top, got good bone work underneath him, sound and functional on his feet and legs. Really a nice pattern to him when you get out beside him. Some may prefer just a little better features on his head, but I think he's in a range we can accept. Really a nice ram to start. Second, has the head shape you like, a really good head on this one, and he's got that up-fronted smooth shoulder look. I like this sheep a lot when I get out beside him. When I get over the top of him compared to the sheep that we start, he just gives up a little bit of that dimension through the center of his body and power down the top. But this is a good one here in second. Third, there's a place for this one. He's not the large frame sheep, but he's one that's got some width and dimension to him. He's got some muscle shape down his top. I like to give him a little more elevation through that front. Then we could consider moving him up another notch here today. But a nice muscular sheep here in third. Fourth is a big bone sheep that's heavy structured. It's got some width the loin and width the top. Just gets a little bit deeper through that front. Doesn't balance out quite as well when I get out beside him is what I got just ahead of him in the class, but a nice sheep here. And we come into fifth. We got one that's attractive sheep that may be just a little more attractive than fourth through the front end, but just the loin gets a little too narrow for me. I'd like to give him a little more dimension when I get a hold of him down his top line. But a good set. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Placing on the Slickshorn Late Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 7169, Slack 10685, Jordan Leininger, Pearson, Indiana. Second place to 7170, Howe Farms 2317, Bohow, Danforth, Illinois. Third to 7167, A.J. Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. 4 to 7168, Sidney McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio. And 5 to 7171, Grandin Lewis, Romney, West Virginia. Now ready to show for Slickshorn Champion and Reserve Champion Ram. Suffolk exhibitors, your next class will be fitted yearling ewes. Fitted yearling ewes will be your next class after the selection of our Slickshorn Champion and Reserve Champion Ram.
Well, nice set of slick shear ram lambs here to sort through today, and I've had fun in each one of these classes. Our first class, one that I think you can see the top in this one from the sideline. He's really big up over the rib. He's level in his top, level in his hip. One that goes uphill through that front end, a nice sheep. When you compare him to some of the others, he might not be quite as nice through his front, but he's still really smooth in that shoulder set and the way he lays in there. A nice class winner. Second, just not quite the rib shape, not quite the power, but another high quality sheep here in second. In the middle class, this one I struggled with a little bit in the class as to where everything should set. This one here I'd like to see a little better breed character in, and when you look at its head and the legs and all, but it's really got the length and the muscle shape down its top. It's got some balance and got some shoulder set that's right. I'd like to stouten him up a little bit when I get behind him and with the base compared to sheep on either side, but a high quality sheep that I think there's some give and take. We all need the different pieces of the puzzle, and I think we can see the pieces this one offers. It's a nice sheep. And second in that class, one that's maybe a little bit stouter in his lower third of his skeleton, but just not quite enough to him when you get over the top of him compared to the one that we use. And the one we use is a little nicer up through that front end when you get out here on the profile. Last class, we just talked about him. Really a good one to start with, I think. Really good in his rib, big in his top, long in his pattern, got bone work. He sets up on his feet good. He's smooth in his shoulder, a nice sheep, followed by one that just gives up a little bit too much in power and product and dimension today, but another one that's high quality, that's up front and smooth shouldered. Good set. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand. We'll name you champion reserve.
Grand champion Slickshorn Ram for the Suffolk show goes to our first place late Ram Lamb Slack 106.85 Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. The reserve champion Ram went to our senior Ram Lamb class winner Macaulay 5945, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. We are now ready for fitted yearling ewes. Fitted yearling ewes to the ring.
Well, a really interesting set here, and once again, really depends a lot on who's out here in my shoes as to how you line up this top end of this class. There's some quality and some pieces you can see in each one, and then you can also be critical of a piece. And so I think the one that I start with, once again, going back to my comments early today, my day today is I really think this breed needs to be three-dimensional, and this ewe is. She's got some width through the center of her body. She's wide down her top. She maintains the width from the ground up. When you watch her walk about the ring, she walks it free and easy off of both ends, but maintains width through the hock and all the way to the ground. I just really like the way she handles herself there and the big body that she has when you get over the top of her. It's close between her and Second. Second's a very similar made sheep. Got a nice body shape in this one as well. I like the length and the levelness of rump and the width at the pin set, maybe a little better in our first over second. That's about the only difference in these two is when you go to looking at them is our first maybe a touch bolder in the forerib, which can be a problem if you lose some femininity with it. But I think in this case, I think she maintains enough of that. A really close pair up here on the top end. Third is going to be one that works in a lot of places, a lot of arenas, and I can see that. It's really up high, and that shoulder and neck comes out the top, and got a great head, and got some feet and legs that with adequate bone. When you watch this one move, I just need to see her move different off those back legs. She gets those legs wrong in the way she goes to the ground with them a little bit for me, so she's not as functional and sound when you put her in motion is what I have in the first two, in my opinion. But she's the one that I know another day moves up this ladder. Our fourth place sheep is similar to the one just ahead, maybe a notch square through the hock, but not as good through that body and through that front end of what we have in third. A tall made sheep, got some levelness of lines and got some bone work underneath and quality once again. When you get up on top and handle through this wool, I don't find quite as much width over that top as what I got in the one just above. Young man coming next, a little different one. This one here's got some width through him, but he lacks some of the balance when you get out beside and getting the neck out the top end. I'd like to change the balance in him, but appreciate the width in him. A good sheep. Let's give all these young people a nice hand.
Placing on the fitted yearling ewes, first place to entry 7186 K Silva, 2C2 Ruby, KC Silva, Porter Valley, California. Second place to 7189 Slack 2208 Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Third to 7183 Rhett Thompson, Patoka, Indiana. 4 to 7180 Rhett Thompson. And 5 to 7188 Dallas Bergman, Wadesville, Indiana.
another nice set in this class. These ewes are up here on the front end, got some width to the center of their body, yet they're very attractive up fronted, got good feet and legs underneath them. I think this top pair are pretty close in my mind. I find this class winner to be just a little bit better when I get right behind her as far as down through that lower third of her skeleton, and one that you still appreciate the width she has through the center of her body. Second place, like I said, very similar. Got the same kind of good set to the shoulder, a nice rib. I just like to make her just a little better down low when I get behind her as I compare the two, but both of them are high quality ewes. It's got some balance when you get out beside them. Third is one that's maybe a notch bigger in her kind, but I don't think her front end is quite as nice as the next two, in my opinion. Doesn't balance out quite as well when I get out beside her, but I do appreciate the volume and the dimension she has when you get over the top of her. When you get in the last two, we got two that's really got some good quality to them, but when you compare them to the top of the class, they just need to be pulled apart through the center third, give them a little more width down their top line to compete with the top of the class. But a good set here. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Placing on the fitted yearling ewe class, and this is the late class of fitted yearling ewes. First place goes to entry 7175 D. Henderson, 22-56, Brady Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana. Second place to 7181 5-star J, 2248, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Third place to 7174 Rhett Thompson, Patoka, Indiana. 4 to 7177, Jacoby Lindo, Jacob Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. And 5 to 7179, Sylvia Bailey, Casco, Wisconsin.
really nice set of slick sheared Suffolks in this class. These ewes got some quality to them, and I think the young man's that I'm going to start with is once again the most complete package for me. One that's got great body and got enough width through that hip and pin set, sound on its feet and legs. One that comes together at the top of the shoulder and makes a really feminine look through the front while still maintaining that kind of stoutness from the blades back. I think that's the combination that we're looking for, and I like this sheep to start the class. Our second place is probably the most powerful sheep through the rib and down the top. This ewe's really got some handle to her and big hip. Got maybe a touch more bone work to her, but just not quite the front end that I need to move her up any further. This class winner, it just excels in that area, and this one has a little bit of a issue being a touch deeper through the chest floor, not quite as good at the base of the neck as I compared to the one that wins, but I like this ewe a lot from there back. She's really a good one. Well, then we get two that could be a lot of people's favorite. I like both of these for their femininity and their look from the side. Long neck, really nice fronted, up fronted, good shoulder set to them. When I get behind them, I need to give them just a little more to go with what they give me from the side, if that makes sense. I like this third over the fourth in that front end just a little bit better, but both of these need a little more power compared to the first two in this class when you get right behind them. Coming next, I had several in there. This was the first of two or three ewes in this group that I really like the power in. They just got a little heavy in the front end. They need to be pulled together in that front end a little bit and maybe just cleaned up in condition just a little bit for her age. But a good sheep. Let's give all these young people a nice hand.
Placing on the class of early slick-shorn yearling ewes, first place goes to entry number 7221, Macaulay 5589, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Second place to 7208, D. Henderson 2212, Clayton Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana. Third to entry 7209, Caitlin Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana. Fourth place to 7218, Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. And 5 to 7220, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania.
really nice set of ewes in this class here. The first place ewe, I think, just if you go to analyzing what a female needs to look like for its femininity through the front and where the chest floor lies, the lines, underline as well as top line, the structural correctness on feet and legs. She's just really, really good. It gets a little closer when you get over the top or behind her. She got a wide loin and she's got enough width in her hip and all. She's not quite as powerful as those 2 or 3 behind her, as far as up over the top of the rib and behind. But for a breeding sheep show and where we need to be here, to me, she runs to the front. After that, it gets pretty close. I like this second place. If this was a weather dam contest, we'd probably, no doubt, we'd be swapping horses here. But this, she's big top, big loin, big hip, got a lot of muscle in her from behind. She just got a little more front to her, not quite as feminine in her look through that front end. We get into third, it's very similar reasons. She's just not quite as good out in front of that shoulder as what we have in those 2 that's up above. Once she's got it set and she's on the front end of it, this and you could easily move up another notch. I just like to change the design up through that front just a little bit when I get up here to this front end of this class. But this is a nice ewe here in third. In fourth place is one who's given up a lot of size. I'd like to see it bigger in its kind, but it's made right. Really feminine frontage, smooth shoulder, great body shape, level hip. You don't have many things you can throw rocks at in this one, except it just gives up too much to that one in mass and volume and dimension when you get over the top or behind her. But this is a nice one in fourth. Fifth place, I'd like to change where the neck comes out just a little bit. It's not quite as correct there as what we have in these just above. In that front end, you can see it from the side, but when you get over the top, I appreciate the way it's shaped down its top and that center rib and the bone underneath. A long pattern sheep, a nice one here in fifth as well. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand. this fitted class, the senior ewe lambs, I think this class winner comes to the front once again fairly quick for me. Really bold in its rib, big in its top, still elevated through the front. Got enough femininity to her and got good bone work underneath her, a nice one to start with. Second, gives up a little bit of that dimension we talk about through the center body, not quite as much width through that rib and down the top, but I like the length and the elevation through the front, levelness in the hip, and got enough bone work under her as well. When you compare her to third, it's a close contest. I just find that she's a little more up-fronted, a little bigger today right through that center body than what we have in this one. It's maybe an age difference where we just need more time. But today I just need a little more volume to this third place to move up. I'd also like to see her stand just a little bit square off the back legs. But a good set of ewe lambs. Let's give all these young people a nice hand.
Placing on the late Slickshorn yearling ewe class for the Suffolk Show, first place went to entry number 7197, Slack 10186, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second place to entry number 7202, Wicked, Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. Third to 7217, Kinsey Brown, Grapeland, Texas. 4 to 7211, Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. And 5 to entry 7194, Kellen Algar, Fredericktown, Ohio. Placing on the fitted senior ewe lamb class, first to 7227, Arnebeck, 2256, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Second to 7226, Begg Family Suffolk, 2228, Victoria Kovacs, Bolton, Ohio. And third to entry 7225, Aubrey Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana.
Well, a tough class to line up. There's a lot of quality here, and there's some pieces I really do appreciate. Each one of these top five. Coming to one that hits me all the way is a little bit difficult. This one here really hits me on the profile. I like this sheep a lot for its balance, the way it's made through the front, its lines from the side, got adequate bone work underneath. I'd like to power up just a little bit. When I get behind her, I always question whether there's enough of her to move up another notch, and she keeps doing that, and we're going to end up winning the class because she's a high-quality sheep that's got a lot of balance, and she got femininity, and she got all these pieces we talked about. I wish she just had a little more to her when I got right behind her. When we get into second, she's got that. She's got that big top, really wide from behind, wide at the pin set. I appreciate that about her. She just gets a little bit too much weight distribution to the front. I just need to fix that a little bit in a U class to run her up here to the front end of the class. But that's the difference in first and second, and they're a good bit different in their kind, but I think they both belong up there. Third was one that I could run up there and compete all the way to the front with, but most of the time the top in this sheep just gets way too up at times in that loin. It never does relax in that top enough, and it gets out of balance at times from the side. When I get up in front of her, she gets a little bit tight up underneath her, but I like the way she handles over the top of the blades all the way back over the rib. She's square in her hip. She's got a lot of good pieces. I just like to fix that top line when you watch her walk in the ring. You know, coming next, we've got one that's got a good wide rack and rib in it, but as you come back in this sheep, further you come back to the dock, the sheep runs out of some of that width. I'd like to see a little more power in that hind saddle region, and especially over that hip as I compare it to the front of the class. But I appreciate the round body and the big wide rack shape in this one. The last in the top five here is a long-bodied, attractive made ewe lamb that's kind of like what I was talking about on the front end. She's not quite has the front that we have in the class winner, nor the rear flank maybe, but she's close in a lot of those pieces. Just needs to be more of her when I get right behind her as far as width from stifle and through that pin set. Good set of ewes in that class. Let's give those young people a nice hand.
Placing on the Slickshorn Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry number 7233, Slack 10-6-43, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second place to 7237, Macaulay 5978, Sydney McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio. Third place to 7241, AJ Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. 4 to 7239, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. And 5 to 7231, Claire Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana.
Nice set of ewes. Let's give all the exhibitors a nice hand. We'll name you champion reserve in the fitted.
Our fitted senior champion goes to our first place fitted early yearling ewe, K. Silva 2C2 Ruby, Casey Silva, Porter Valley, California. The reserve senior champion for the fitted division went to our second place fitted early yearling ewe, Slack 2208, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin.
Well, we got a really nice set of slick Suffolks here that I appreciate the quality in as well. They're really smooth-fronted, shouldered, that is, with some femininity to their look through that front end. They got enough body to them. They're sound structurally with enough good feet and legs underneath them. A lot of quality. Let's give this bunch a nice hand. We'll name you Champion Reserve. I'll make one comment before we select our reserve. I think there's been a challenge for me, at least, in this Suffolk. The quality's been really good, and sometimes I have the opportunity to judge a commercial show or the weather dams or whatever, and so you look for a little different piece. And then when you get into the purebred and the breeding show, papered sheep, you go to looking for just a touch different look there. And so I think some are surprised maybe that I take them just a little bit more feminine through the front and all, because that's what the ring I'm in today. I want to just tell this young lady here, if this is a weather dam deal, I really like your sheep to compete real well. In this show today, and on these shavings, this one up here has got the better front end for the, in my opinion, and we'll use this one for a reserve.
For our senior champion in the slick division, it was our class winner of the late yearling U class, Slack 10186, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. The reserve slick shorn senior champion went to our early yearling U class winner, Macaulay 5589, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois.
very competitive class here in the fitted division, ewe lambs. So we got one that starts the class with really a tall fronted female that's got some good look to her from the side for his lines and balance. One that's goes to the ground square off her feet and legs. I appreciate all that, and her breed character as well. She's not quite as bold through the center rib as one coming second, but she's a little bigger hipped and a little better from behind when I get right behind her in a close pair. Second place, another nice female that's got maybe a rib that I prefer when I get over the top of her. Up fronted as well, really good in her lines. I'd like to make her just a little stouter when I get behind in today's competition, but a nice pair, very close in my opinion. Third, not quite as elevated through the front, not quite as wide, and that center rib is what we got up above her, but really square made it from behind with a good feet and legs to her. One that's got some balance when you get out beside her, a nice female here. Fourth is one that maybe gets a little off in the slope of the shoulder in the front end at times, not quite the balance and look that we got up ahead, but I like the width and the skeleton in this one. I got some width through the center of her body. The sheep coming next is really got good lines out, but when I get up beside it, I'd like to see it just pulled apart just a little wider through the center of its skeleton all the way through when I get right behind it. Gets a little bit flatter in its rib, not quite as good down underneath that lower third of what we got up above. But a good set. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Placing on the fitted January ewe lamb class, first place to entry 7248, 5-star J235123, Rhett Thompson, Patoka, Indiana. Second place to 7251, Kiever 2301, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Third, 7246, Brady Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana. 4 to 7249, Savannah Bailey, Casco, Wisconsin. And 5 to 7257, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan.
Well, another really nice set of females here. I'm going to start the class with one that, once again, I think is the most complete. I like the lines in this one. She's got some more width through the center of her body than those that's behind her, and yet she's still got the femininity and the look we want with enough structure and bone underneath her. A nice one to start with. Second, third get really, really close. I'd like to power up this second one just a little bit for its center dimension, but when you analyze the way she's made through the front, her chest floor where it lies out here on the profile, she's got a little more quality look to her. I'm going to give her the nod because of the quality that she has in her structure and design on the profile. Third place is one that maybe has just a touch more body and width through that center rib, and I appreciate that. But when I get out here on the profile, I just not quite the look and design that I have in the sheep that's in second. Our fourth is one that needs just a touch more balance when I get out beside it. Doesn't quite have the neck come out quite as high out of the shoulders, what we got just above her in the class, but a nice tall fronted, nice long bodied ewe lamb here as well. Conclude the class with one that's got some width and dimension all the way through, just not quite the elevation that we find in these others, not quite the look through that front, but a nice ewe here that's got maybe more width through the center rib than one or two just above her. A nice ewe here. Good job. Let's give all these young people a nice hand.
Placing on the fitted February ewe lamb class, first place to 72.53, Slack 2342, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Second place to 72.58, Van Grow Livestock 2303, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Third place to 72.52, Cooper O'Keefe, Marlboro, Connecticut. 4 to 72.56, Allie Taylor, Patoka, Indiana. And 5 to 72.55, Ella Buells, Bremen, Indiana.
Well, another nice set of females. Class winner, I think, goes to the front pretty quick in this class. I like her balance, her body shape, the way she's made down her top line, and really nice up through that top of that shoulder, and neck comes out really high out of the blades. Just a really nice, complete kind of female to start. Second place is an attractive made sheep that's really good in its lines. I don't see quite the powers through the center and lower third of its skeleton compared to the one that wins this class, but really good down its top line and good at the top of the shoulder as well. Young lady coming next, third and fourth, gets pretty close to me. I'd like to change this one a little bit. I could move it up a notch if I could change it just a little bit structurally. It's got a better rib. I like the width it's got when I get behind, but the neck comes out a little low out of the shoulder, doesn't come out at the top of the blades, and it takes away from the look on that front end when I get out here beside them today. But a nice female here. Coming next, this is a close call. Gets a little softer on its front feet at times. Pasterns, I'd like to see it stand up just a notch better, give it a little more bone work underneath. And when you watch this one on the walk, it drops its dock a little bit, doesn't stay quite as level there as what we got in some of these up above. But a nice sheep through the center rib when you get out here on the profile. A good set. Let's give these exhibitors a nice hand.
Placing on the March and later born fitted ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 7263, Van Grow Livestock 2304, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Second to 7262, K Silva 23K4, Emmy, Casey Silva, Porter Valley, California. Third to 7261, Savannah Bailey, Casco, Wisconsin. 4 to 7259, Cooper O'Keefe, Marlborough, Connecticut.
Well, some really high quality females in the fitted ewe lamb classes here. I really appreciate the quality in all these class winners and seconds. It's going to be a close contest here. I think you've kind of at least seen what I appreciate and kind of some of the things I emphasize, and so you might can see maybe what I'm looking for in this group. But all of them got quality, and like I say, tomorrow's another day, another judge. These things line up a lot different. But let's give all these young people a nice hand. We'll select your champion reserve.
Our fitted junior champion goes to our fitted February ULAM class winner, Slack 2342, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. The reserve junior champion for the fitted division came out of the fitted January ULAM class, 5-star J2351-23, Rhett Thompson, Patoka, Indiana.
A lot of quality in this class. It went deep with some really good sheep. I think these top two come to the front once again is that package that we're looking for. The first place sheep, I'll admit, may have just a touch more to the front than what we've taken in 1 or 2, but handles it extremely well when you watch where that forerib is, the weight, the body shape coming back to the flank. Just a really powerful ewe that still runs uphill. Got enough femininity with lots of power. I like her a lot to start the class. Second place is very attractive. I like the way it's made and the balance and the lines. Really feminine fronting and good at the top of the shoulder. One that when you get over the top of her, get behind compared to the one where you start the class with, just not quite as much of her today. But she, for her frame, has plenty of muscle for a female. She just needs a little more total dimension to compete with the class winner, but this is a good one here in second. In third, one that I'd like to change a little bit in that front end, the angle and where the neck comes out at times looks a little bit low. I'd like to get it turned over just a little bit more. When you get your hands down the top, it's really wide and expressive, flat and level going in the hip, got enough bone work underneath, got enough center rib, a nice sheep, just that piece of the puzzle, not quite as good as what we got up above. The next one here is one that I really like, the top of the shoulder and the way it handles down its top. Got a big rib, lots of rack shape and wide loin and big hip. One that gets a little bit different off its back legs, get that hock behind herself just a little bit at times and flattens out through that lower stifle compared to some of these others, but very feminine through that front end. You could sure debate moving her up another notch. I just wanted to change the way she handled herself from behind when I got out beside her a little bit, but this is a nice ewe here in fourth. Fifth, not quite as good out through the front end as the ones in fourth place, but big in its top, level in its hip, big bone, up fronted. Got a lot of good things in this sheep, just not quite that look from the front, maybe not quite the underline that we find in the one just above it. But a nice set. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Placing on the class of January slick shorn ewe lambs for the Junior Suffolk Show. First place to 72.68, slack 10.647, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second place to entry 72.85, slack 3.383, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Third place to entry 72.76, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. 4 to entry number 72.83, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. And 5 to 72.77, Caitlin Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana.
Well, a really nice pair on the top. It's extremely close in my mind, and it probably just depends on when you want to pull the trigger and the look you got at that moment. They're really similar in the way they're made. They're similar in the way they appear down their top and handle down their top. They got a lot of things alike. I like this first place sheep being just a little more extended out that front and still has that kind of rib and width down over his loin and hip that we find in both of these sheep. It's not much difference, but I think when you get out here beside them, this one runs uphill just a notch more and it still maintains a good body shape with a wide hip. I appreciate those things about this class winner. Second place, really a good one in a tough class here. I think you really don't want to correct anything. You just didn't quite have as much as the one that won in that one piece of the puzzle. Both of them are sound and functional on their feet and legs, good rib, good hip. This one may not be quite as wide right there at that pin set and through that lower stifle. This is not a market show, but when you get to thinking of all the pieces, that part could be just a little bit wider when you get behind her. And the third place is one that's another neat fronted, nice line sheep that's got a nice top, a good body shape. Not quite as wide at the pin set, not quite as good from behind as the top two, but still takes a really good picture from the side profile. The next two are a little bit different. They kept running up the track for me. This one's a little bit smaller, really long-bodied, level line, round rib, got some bone. A little more, I would say I'd like to see a little less wool or hair on the legs, and I'd like to see this sheep a little taller fronted. But I like the body shape and the way it makes down its top and over its hip. The sheep coming next, not quite the front end of the sheep, just ahead of it when you get up right here beside it. But I like the big body and the rib in this one as well. Wide underneath and got some power to it. On the move, may not be quite as good on the move, gets a little tighter compared to the one that we got just above. But a good set. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
Placing on the Slickshorn February ewe lamb class. First place goes to entry 7293 Slack 10301 Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second to 7309 AKW Chloe 11K Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Third to entry number 7302 Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio. 4 to 7292 Mikey Tyrone III, Benita, Oklahoma. And 5 to entry 7307 Clayton Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana.
March class got a nice set of ewes. The top three got a lot of balance and look to them. I'm going to start the class with one that I appreciate the Suffolk characteristics, really traits in this one are strong and still got the femininity and the look and the balance that we like. Not super powerful for his width, but probably adequate at this age. A nice ewe lamb to start the class with. Second place, not quite as good up down the front end and gets his top up. She gets her top up a little high for me at times. I'd like to see her relax her top line and be just a little different in the front, but I really appreciate the width she has through the center of her body as well as the kind of hip and leg structure that she's got. She could be a little cleaner on her legs, and so could Third. Third gets a little woollier legged than we'd like, but I like the body shape and the hip. One that's got a good look from the side, we could probably move it up, but I'd like to change that. Gets a little bit more than we'd like to see in a purebred show, but I like the quality in this one very well. We get into fourth. This one here gets tall fronted and level hip. Not quite as good through the hock and hind leg. I'd like to see it handle itself a little better and get a little more balance to it when you get out beside it. And the young man coming next is one that just needs more feeding time. It's really clean made through that front, very feminine looking, tall fronted, but a little bit thin today and a little narrow made compared to what we got up above. But a good set. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand.
We now need to bring into the ring to show for Slickshorn Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion. Placing on the class of March and later born Slickshorn ewe lambs for the Suffolk show. First to 73.16, Slack 107.16, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second to 73.17, Harris Livestock, HA 23048, AJ Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. Third to 73.14, Mikey Tyrone III, Veneta, Oklahoma. 4 to 72.60, Mikey Tyrone III. And fifth to 73.20, Clint Verhage, Plymouth, Indiana. Following the selection of our slick-sheared Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion ewe, we will be showing fitted Grand and Reserve Grand Champion ewe. That'll be your next class. So please have Senior Champion in Reserve and Junior Champion in Reserve for the fitted ringside and ready.
Well, really a nice set of ewe lambs in the slick shorn division. Quality's been deep in these classes, and the top pairs I'm really pleased with. It gets really, really close in my mind. It kind of depends on kind of where you want to emphasize or where you want to, when you want to stop the clock, because it's that kind of close. The first class we had in here, a young lady up here has got one that from behind the blades or at the blades back. I just really like that sheep. It's big in its rib, big in its top, stout and wide pin, goes to the ground on good bone work, and it's square to the ground on its feet and legs, and it's good fronted for one that's that kind of power. The one that's exceptional, though, comes in here in this next class is one that's just a little bit more extended through his neck and front and really smooth shouldered. So the first third of the skeleton, I'd give this one the edge. From there back, I give this one up here the edge. So it's kind of which one's got the pieces that are closest to the most total package to me. I think both of those have a little more to them today than the one we got here in the younger class, but a really nice set. Even the seconds are really close. Just make those few comments, so I know we need to move. Let's give these young people a nice hand. We'll name you champion reserve.
Slickshare Junior Champion goes to first place January ewe lamb, Slack 106.47, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. The Reserve Junior Champion for the Slickshare division was our first place animal out of the February ewe lamb class, Slack 103.01, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana.
Well, nice fitted ewes here to select our champion from. It's been fun for me, and I know that I made these comments earlier in the day. I know when you get into the breeding sheep classes and you got different judges, different parts of the country have different preferences a little bit. And when you get into some of the frame sheep in some of the breeding classes, some people may be a little different than myself. I recognize that. I hope you recognize I'm just giving you my honest opinion. I think this breed has got a long history of being very important in the sheep industry, and it was produced and put together genetically in a way that it's really got should have the carcass traits and the structure and the production to be very efficient in our industry. So I like that third dimension, and I think these have it. You can differ with me and say some of them don't have some of the things that'll work tomorrow, and I recognize that. But in the end, me personally, I think everything we do out here can be different, but it's still got a purpose outside of here. And so I keep some of that connection, in my opinion. And so you can differ, and I appreciate you having that right to do so. But it does make sheep out here in the pasture do a little better when they have a third dimension. Anyway, a great set. I like what I have out here. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand. We'll name you champion reserve. We selected our champion, went with the young group here and the lambs, and I really think that front end femininity and that total package is where that sheep excels. It gets really close here when you go to your reserve. I'm giving up a little bit of that design we see in the front here to get just a little more volume. I'm going with the older one here for reserve.
Hi, I'm Bill Royer, president of the United Suffolk Foundation, and we're having a great show here today. Good to see these youth come out. The Suffolk Foundation was formed a little over 3 years ago. We're supporting the Suffolk breed with education, youth, and research. And this year, we had the McCulley Family Foundation step forward, and I'm going to turn this over to Bill McCulley and talk about what they're doing through the Suffolk Foundation here.
Thank you, Bill. As most of you know, my wife Betsy and I have had Suffolk sheep ever since we were married. It's actually how we met, and we thought it'd be appropriate if we'd give back some of our good fortunes to kids that kind of grew up like we have. And this year we offered 5 scholarships, and tonight we'd like to announce those winners. The winner of the $10,000 scholarship is Zach Scholerman from Iowa. The $7,500 scholarship is Raisa Zielinski from South Dakota. The $5,000 scholarship is Emily Blattner from Idaho. We have a $2,500 scholarship to Jordan Leininger from Indiana. And the fifth scholarship, $2,500, is Sydney McAllister from from Ohio. Let's give everybody a nice hand. We thank you, all you youngsters, and be sure you sign up for it again. And applications will be due for next year's in February. So we look forward to it, and thank you, and thanks for a great show.
For the Suffolk show, our fitted overall grand champion was our junior champion, and it came from the fitted February U Lamb class, Slack 2342, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Reserve grand champion was our senior champion out of the fitted early yearling U class, K Silva 2C2 Ruby. KC Silva, Porter Valley, California.
Well, the quality in the slick shear ewes have been really, really good, as well as I think it's obvious what we have out here in the ring. They're just really high quality individuals in all four of them. And so I made a comment earlier about being in the registered ring, to being a little bit different piece than maybe the weather dams or commercial. And I said that because I was just explaining maybe what you're seeing that's different in some of them out here than others. And it's still an interesting decision a lot of times. I think we talked about them being three-dimensional and wide-made and still have a femininity look to them, and I think they do. And so here's we got one that's got exactly what you look for on the profile for his front end, shoulder set, neck up high out of the shoulder, really level in her lines, got enough body to her to look like a female and be productive and level hip and good bone work underneath her. She's not the most powerful from behind for his muscle, but she's not needing to be for what we're looking at out here today. And so she's really hard to get around. You can come back here to the younger set, and I used one here that's just a little bit different because this one is powerful from behind and really, I'd say, still good from the front. But when you compare it to this one, it's not the same front end look. And so it gets to be a hard decision and where you're going to emphasize. So it's a purpose for the sheep. And if you're going to go raise a club lamb, you're going to buy this one. If you're going to raise the Suffolk sheep to win in the breeding show, you're going to raise this one, buy this one. And so it's that close to me, I'm going to use this one.
Our Slickshorn overall grand champion ewe was out of our late yearling ewe class. It was our senior champion, Slack 10186, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. The reserve grand champion for the Slickshear division came from the January ewe lamb class, our junior champion, Slack 10647, also Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Now ready for state flock. For the state flock, for the Junior Suffolk Show, first place goes to Indiana, and the second place to West Virginia. That does conclude the Suffolk Show. We're going to get the barriers out of the ring so we can have our Supreme Champion Ram and followed by the Supreme Champion U class. If you've got a Supreme Champion Ram, please take it to the makeup area. We've located that makeup area at the south end of the show ring down by Gate 3. Gate 3.